We welcome you back to Bossy Field for games 2 and 3 of 4 between the Joliet Slammers and the Evansville Otters. The Otters took a big loss in game 1 against Joliet. 11-5 was the final score. Joliet scored 5 in the second inning, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the seventh, 4 in the eighth. Ended up finishing with 11 runs, 15 hits, no errors. They still left 12 on base. They had a lot of good offense yesterday. On the other side for the Otters, they scored 2 in the sixth, 1 in the seventh, 2 in the eighth. They had the tying run on at one point, but they ended up finishing with 5 runs. Still 13 hits as they were good offensively, but they just couldn't bring a lot of those runs around as they left 10 on yesterday against the Slammers. They're now at a 42-30 record, and after Florence won their 9th straight game yesterday, beating Sussex County 1-0, they are now in 3rd place in the division. Still very comfortably in a wild card spot, but the Otters can win both of these games. It'll be at least tied if Florence wins against Sussex. If Florence loses and the Otters win both games, then they'll have a pretty comfortable lead back up again in 2nd place. Take a look at our umpires. Bryce Aubard is behind the plate calling the balls and strikes, with Nicholas Reynolds at first and the crew chief Blake McKnight at third. As the Otters are playing 2 games today against Joliet. It was the rainout back on June 25th. It was the Heritage Hat giveaway. That is the reason why we're playing the doubleheader today on August 5th. 5:05 start, 2 7-inning games. It should be a lot of baseball and hopefully a lot of good baseball on the side of Evansville. As we welcome you here to Bossy Field, my name's Evan Patoka, and it is a pretty nice day outside. It's a little warm, a little on the warmer side, but still good for some baseball. The Otters, hey, how we doing? The Otters, a couple guys behind me. Colby Morse, the starter for today, game 1. And we also have Anthony Tomczak right there. Or not Anthony Tomczak, Chase Cribble. Chase Cribble has 6 straight scoreless outings. He's pitching the ball well as of recent. Colby Morse as well, pitching the ball very well. He has an ERA still under 2 after throwing 6 1/3 innings, giving up only 1 earned run against New York last week here at Bossy Field. So he's off to a very good start in this season, his first pro season after his 2026 at Indiana State. But the other side, it's Eric Turner, and Eric Turner has faced off against the Otters a couple times. He's pitched pretty well against them. The Otters wearing the white uniforms today, all white. On the other side, Joliet's wearing the oranges. So, should be a good one. Should be hopefully a game that goes well for the Otters here in game 1. Only 7 innings, so not too much room for error. But Colby Morse, in his last outing, did very well against New York. Eric Turner's last outing was on the 30th against Florence. He went 2 innings, 6 hits, 5 earned. He's given up 11 earned runs in his last 2 starts. His last start against the Otters was on July 5th. He gave up 1 earned run, 6 innings, 3 hits, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. First start was on June 23rd. He threw 6 innings there as well, but it was scoreless. Walked 3, struck out 6, and earned one of his 3 wins. He's at a 3-4 record. He has 2 losses, though, in his last 5, including July 24th against Schaumburg, in which he gave up 6 earned runs. His season high is 7 earned. That was back on May 29th against Gateway. With Joliet's win yesterday, they're 3-0 to start August, which is already as many wins as they had back in May. They finished 3-17. Now, it was originally 5-15, but Joliet, as announced by the Frontier League, had to forfeit 3 games due to an ineligible player, too many veterans on the team. So they gave a couple wins to Windy City, a couple wins to Schaumburg, and they ended up finishing 3-17 in total, even though they did end up technically winning 5 games. They find themselves, though, at 30-42, still in 4th place in the division behind Gateway, Windy City, and Schaumburg. They're 8.5 games back, but still in front of Mississippi, who ended up beating Lake Erie earlier today. We still had a couple of early games today on this Wednesday. 10-4 was the final score between Mississippi and Lake Erie. Windy City ended up winning. They beat New York 8-4, and Ottawa beat Brockton 9-8. As this game's starting up, same with Down East and Washington. We will head to the national anthem and our PA announcer, Matthew Will, for game 1 of 2, as we are about to get set for first pitch right after the anthem on the Otters Digital Network.
Fans, at this time, we ask you to remain standing as we honor America's freedom, those who now protect it, and to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice with the singing of our national anthem, performed this evening by Joliet.
Whose broad strokes and bright strokes through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, domes bursting in, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Ladies and gentlemen, Joliet. This evening's game ball is delivered to you by Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
And to say those 2 words and start every Otters game, none better than the super fan, Nick. Nick, what do we say? Play ball!
Ready for game 2 of 4 and game 1 of the doubleheader. Let's take a look at the lineups. First for the visiting Joliet Slammers. It's Ian Battipaglia leading it off with Patrick Ward behind him. It's the same lineup as yesterday, by the way, just to mention it right now. Blake Berry's at batting third. He's in right field. Jackson Valera is the DH hitting fourth. Peyton Carr's at first base batting fifth, with Jackson Beeman in center field batting sixth. Tyler Cerny batting seventh. At second base, Chris Davis in left field batting eighth, and Brandon Heidel batting ninth. The pitcher Eric Turner starting in game 1 for Joliet. The starter for Evansville is Colby Morse, and Colby Morse has a 1.72 ERA in 15 2/3 innings this season. He's pitched in 3 games, has not faced off against Joliet quite yet, But against New York, he went 6 1/3, gave up 4 hits, only 1 earned run, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts, earned his second win of the season. Threw exactly 100 pitches in the 6-1 victory over the Boulders. That was in Game 3 of the series back on Thursday. He's now pitching again in the all-white uniforms. I feel like we haven't seen the all-whites in a while. In the white jerseys, the Otters are 5-1, so pretty good so far. Morris 8 walks, 8 strikeouts, but it hasn't really mattered. He's only given up 3 earned runs. Through that 7 scoreless, got his first professional win back on the 23rd of July against Mississippi. We'll see if he can continue his hot stretch here to start off his professional career. Offense was really good for Joliet yesterday, and the manager, Mike Pinto, deciding, if the offense was good with the lineup, you might as well keep the lineup for the second game. So that's exactly what he did. As Battipaglia, Ward, and Berry will lead it off here in the first inning. Now a reminder, 2 7-inning games, so going to be a little bit on the shorter side, just like Windy City back on Sunday. The Otters split that doubleheader with the Thunderbolts. They have swept a doubleheader against Joliet before, though, back on July 5th. They won 2-1 and 2-0 to take both games after the 4th of July game got postponed. Ready to go here at 5:04. We're starting early, and first pitch is a grounder back to Morris. His throw to first is in time. 1 pitch, and immediately 1 out here in the top of the first inning. Pretty simple. Get out the all-star on the first pitch in Battipaglia, and now Patrick Ward will stand in for his first at-bat of the day. Ward on a 15-game hitting streak. First pitch called a strike. Went 3 for 6 yesterday. Hit a homer, hit a double, drove in 3 runs. He was very big offensively for Joliet. 0-1. Little away, and it's 1-1. Ward, that 3 for 6 was his fourth 3-hit game of the season. His first one was against the Otters back on June 24th. So that one's fouled away, and it's 1-2. Ward in his first professional season after spending his entire collegiate career with the Florida Atlantic Owls. He's originally from Stuart, Florida, which is a little bit north of Palm Beach and south of St. Lucie, where the smaller MILB Mets play. High, and it's 2-2. Well, with the 3-hit game now, Ward hitting over 300, 305 in his 47th game of the year. Two from Morse. Fastball misses high, and it's ball 3. For Ward, his 15-game hitting streak is the second longest actively in the Frontier League. First is Lisandro Rodriguez, who has 16. He's on Trois Rivières. Fly ball into center field. Ponder making a move at it, but it will get over the head of him and Linscott in right field. Ward extends his hitting streak already to 16 games as his double puts him in scoring position with 1 out for Blake Berry. So if Rodriguez over with the Eagles doesn't get a hit, Ward's going to have the longest active hitting streak in the league. Right now they're tied, but Trois still have yet to start their game today. They're playing New Jersey at Hinchcliffe Stadium. First hit of the day for Joliet, and Blake Berry up for the first time today. First pitch from Morse. Curveball misses away. And Logan Brown's going to come out to have a chat with Morse. It's Quitzer in left field with Ponder in center. Sam Linscott in right field. Marcos Gonzalez at third. TJ Salvaggio at second. Or at short. Monty Jones at second. And Blake Robertson's at first. Logan Brown doing the catching today for Morse. So far, Logan Brown's been the only catcher that Morse has been a battery mate with this season. And it's been working, considering the 173 average or ERA. Barry 2 for 3 yesterday. Walked twice, reached 4 times. Fouled away, and it's 1-1. Barry, second season with Joliet. Last season, 83 games with the Slammers. He hit 231. 1-1 from Morse. High fly ball into foul ground. Gonzalez Salvaggio quits. They're all making a move at it. Gonzalez makes the catch. Over the shoulder catch for Gonzalez in foul ground, and that's out number 2. A bit of an awkward catch there from Gonzalez, but a catch nonetheless. 2 outs now with Ward at second base, and that'll bring up Jackson Valera. Valera hit his second homer of the year yesterday. Now has 2 homers, 46 RBIs. He drove in 3 runs, ended up finishing 2 for 6. His first homer was on June 10th against Mississippi. Now has a hit in his last 5 games. First pitch from Morris is in the dirt. Good block from Logan Brown, and it's 1-0. Last 5 games for Valera, he's 7 for 20. Has that homer, drove in 5 runs. 3 of those coming yesterday. Has 2 strikeouts as well. 1-0 pitch from Morse is called a strike, and it's 1-1. Now Valera, this is his first season with Joliet, but he was also with Sussex County for 7 games back in 2023. And then he spent the entirety of 2022 with the Lake Erie Crushers. 1-1 fly ball into center field. Going back on it is Ponder, and he will make the catch. No, he won't. It'll fall all the way at the fence. Valera with a double, and Joliet strikes first here. In the first inning, it's 1-0. It's very hard to see the white baseball with the white advertising in center field, especially with the Otters wearing the white uniforms. Joliet already off to a good start offensively as they have taken a 1-0 lead in the first inning. 17th double for Valera this season. Barry still leads the team in doubles. He has 19. That was his 47th RBI, though. Now his RBI in both games this series. Peyton Carr stands in after the RBI double for Valera. Valera had himself a 2-hit game yesterday, 2 for 6. First pitch is called a strike, and it's 0-1. Carr 7 for 19 in his last 5 games, has a double, 3 RBIs, 6 walks compared to 2 strikeouts. Otters 10-12 in their opponent's scores in the first inning. Outside, and it's 1-1. When they score in the first inning, 19-9. So we'll see if the Otters can get a run across and maybe tie the game up in the bottom half of the first inning. See how the offense looks today against Eric Turner. He's going to be pitching with a lead already here in the first inning. 1-1 from Morse. Outside, and it's ball 2. Well, Carr does not strike out at all. He has 35 walks compared to only 20 strikeouts. Out of his 57 games, he has a strikeout in only 13 of them. So it's hard to strike the man out. Usually makes contact or Usually just takes the walk. He does have a walk in 3 or 4 of his last 5 games. Grounder down the third base line over to Gonzalez. His throw to first on the run is in time for out number 3. Jackson Valera, though, drives in the first run of the day for Joliet. They have a 1-0 lead as we'll head to the bottom of the first on the Otters Digital Network.
Our first game of the night is the D-Bat Dizzy Bat Home Run Derby. We've got the GOAT Serenity down here. She's going to spin around the bat, hit the ball really far, it looks like. They're not giving you any favors. Into the net, and she could do so. She earns her status as the GOAT. You ready, Serenity? Set, go! Good enough. That's here for Serenity. D-Bat is Evansville's premier locally owned indoor baseball and softball training facility. Experienced top-notch batting cages, automated pitching machines for baseball, fast pitch and slow pitch softball, personalized lessons, exciting games and clinics, unforgettable birthday parties in the pro shop. Filled with everything you need, powered by Rawlings. They're located on O'Hare Drive, Edge Airport. Visit D-Bat 7 days a week for all your baseball and softball needs.
First inning is brought to you by the Mesker Park Zoo and Botanical Gardens. Visit the Mesker Park Zoo at 1545 Mesker Park Drive in Evansville, Indiana. Let's take a look at the Otters lineup. John Ponders leading it off. Monty Jones behind him. Second base this time instead of short. Logan Brown's catching, batting third. Marcos Gonzalez bats fourth. As Blake Robertson bats fifth at first base today. Dennis Pierce DHing again, hitting sixth. Chris Quitzer is in left field today, batting seventh. Sam Linscott's in right, batting eighth, and TJ Salvaggio is batting ninth at shortstop. Eric Turner's doing the pitching today, at least in game 1 here for Joliet. He has a 5.79 ERA in 65 and a third innings. He's given up 66 hits, 42 earned runs. He has a lot of walks, 34 of them compared to 45 strikeouts. He's also given up a decent amount of homers, 8 of them. He's given up 11 earned runs in his last 2 starts, which equates to 6 2/3 innings combined between the 30th against Florence and the 24th against Schaumburg. See what happens here against Evansville. John Ponder leading it off. First pitch is called a strike on the inside edge. Edward Jones leadoff batter, John Ponder. 2 for 4 yesterday. It was his 20th multi-hit game. Down the third base line, foul. Ponder, after his 2 for 4, hitting 340, 61st game of the year. Did drive in a run as well yesterday, one of the 5. Had a bases-loaded walk in the 8th inning. Oh, 2 from Turner. A little high. Well, even with the 2 for 4, Ponder in his last 5 games is 3 for 21. Struggled a little bit in the series against Windy City. 1-2 foul tip into the glove for strike 3. And Turner has his first K of the day.
The second baseman, number 12, Amani Jones.
No one out. Amani Jones will stand in for his first at-bat of the day. Also had a 2-hit game yesterday. The top 4 in the lineup all had multi-hit games. Logan Brown had 3 hits. And now still the top 4 here in game 2 of the series. First pitch called a strike. Monty Jones 1 for 5 with a strikeout against Turner this season. Seen these bats a lot in his 2 starts. Fouled away, it's 0-2. Foul ball brought to you by Ed's Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Turner closing in on a second straight strikeout. Monty Jones in the shade, though. Turner in the sun. There's a fly ball into deep right field. Going back is Barry. He's at the wall, and it's gone. Solo shot, 5th homer of the year for Amani Jones, as he just gets it over the right field wall and ties the game up at 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, Amani Jones.
A good swing from the left side for Amani Jones.
The catcher.
Homer number 5, and it is 1-1 here in the bottom of the 1st inning. Nice response for the Otters offensively. Logan Brown now up. 9th homer given up by Turner. Outside, it's 1-0. Well, Turner had only given up only 1 homer in his last 5 starts, even with all the earned runs, but gave up 3 of those 9 homers on June 28th against Washington. It's the only game in which he's given up multiple homers this season in a game. 2-0 here to Logan Brown. Popped up, infield, right behind the dish. Heidel makes the catch. He had a very late reaction to it. I don't think he saw it up until it landed into the glove. That is out number 2.
The third baseman, number 2, Marcos Gonzalez.
Well, the Otters have been in a little bit of a homer drought. Haven't seen too many in the last few games. Quitzer hit 1 in the Windy City series against New York. There was only 1 from LG Castillo, but otherwise, nothing really doing in terms of the home run hitting. So it was nice to see 1 go over the wall for the Otters. First pitch called a strike to Gonzalez. Gonzalez 2 for 5 yesterday, drove in a run. Just misses outside. Now Gonzalez, one of the few guys on the team who had a 2-homer game. He had one on June 2nd against Mississippi. Salvaggio has one, and LG Castillo has one. As Gonzalez swings and misses, and it's 1-2. 1-1 bottom of the 1st inning. 2 outs as it's a 1-2 count from Turner to Gonzalez. His pitch is fouled away. Still don't know either team who's starting in game 2, but we do know tomorrow it is going to be Ryan Daly taking on Garrett Simpson. I have a feeling we're going to see a bullpen game for both sides in game 2. Might just not have the manpower to find another starter as a part of the rotation. A little high, and it's 2-2. Gonzalez back hitting .340, now in his 68th game. He's got 8 homers this year. 2-2. That's ripped down the line. That's going to land fair and all the way into the corner. Gonzalez is heading towards second base, and he's got a 2-out double. 16th double of the year for Marcos, which now ties him with Pierce and Ponder for the most on the team. As the Otters hitting continues here in the 1st inning. B-Rob, a chance to bring him in. Robertson, 1 for 5 yesterday with a couple strikeouts. First pitch a little outside for ball 1. A chance for the Otters to take the lead here in the 1st inning. Gave up that run and immediately got it back on the Amani Jones solo homer. That is called a strike. 1-1. 1st inning. 1-2-1. The score. A lot of ones on the scoreboard right now. 1-1 here from Turner. That one is going to get past Heidel. Marcos Gonzalez will take third base. And now he's 90 feet away from giving the Otters the lead. Spiked in the dirt from Turner, and Heidel couldn't gather it cleanly. Gets past him on the wild pitch, and Gonzalez takes third base with relative ease, jogging over there. Two-one now to Robertson. 26 RBIs on the year. 2-1's outside for ball three. Walk would put runners at the corners with 2 outs for Dennis Pierce. Three-one. Swinging and a miss, and it's 3-2. High fastball got him to chase. Robertson 2 outs, runners in scoring position, hitting .273, but he swings and misses. And Turner has his second strikeout of the day. Runner gets left on third, but Amani Jones hits a solo homer to tie the game up at 1 as we'll hit to the second inning on the Otters Digital Network.
Hey Evansville, you love the Evansville Otters. Wait until you meet the ones at Nestor Park City. Splashing, playing, and maybe you're getting your body in Section G. Yeah, come see us 365 days a year from 9 till 4 p.m. in Nestor Park City.
Fans, don't miss your chance to win 2 tickets to see Co-Wetzel at the Ford Center on Friday night. You can visit the spin-wheel table outside the main tunnel on Gather Concourse to enter right now. And one lucky fan will be selected at the end of the second inning of Game 2 of our doubleheader tonight. You must be present to claim your prize. Head out now if you'd like to enter to win Co-Wetzel tickets for Friday night in downtown Evansville.
Second inning, 1-1 the score. RBI double for Jackson Valera put Joliet on the board first. Otters responded with a solo homer by Amani Jones. Now it's Beeman, Cerny, and Davis leading off the 6, 7, 8 guys in the lineup as Beeman starts against Colby Morse here in the second inning. Beeman 0 for 4 yesterday with 2 strikeouts, as that one's called a strike. Beeman has a strikeout in 14 of his last 15 games, 19 games now with multiple strikeouts. Overall 60 on the year in 46 games. Grounder over to third. It's under the glove of Gonzalez and into left field. Going to be called a base hit most likely. We'll see. No runner on first to lead off the second inning. It is called a base hit. Tyler Cerny up with a man on first and nobody out. Cerny hit his first triple of the year against the Otters yesterday. But overall went 1 for 2. Fly ball is going to go out of play. Foul to the right side.
Another brand of foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best. Never regret it.
Last 5 games for Cerny, 3 for 18. 0-1. Runner goes. Called a strike, though, to second in time. Tag applied, and it's a caught stealing for Logan Brown. A little bit of a late start for Beeman. 16th runner gunned down by Logan Brown this year. And that will put an out on the board and empty the bases. 0-2 to Cerny is outside. Beeman now 8 of 10. That's only the second time he's been caught stealing this year. 1-2. Almost swung at that one, but held back, called a ball. It's 2-2. Well, Logan Brown coming into this game, 34% caught stealing percentage. Fouled away. Catcher's ERA at a 5.80, 580. Mark Black is at a 6.28, and Trey Dirksen, a 336. That one misses a little high, and that's ball 3. Payoff pitch here from Morse to Cerny. Fly ball into right field. Couple steps back is Linscott, and he'll make the catch for out number 2.
The left fielder, number 2, Chris Davis.
Well, 2 lefties in the lineup. Chris Davis, one of them, as he steps up for the first time. Him and Barry, the only 2. On the other side, only 2 for the Otters as well. Robertson and Quitzer. Blake Barthol, who drove in 2 runs in his Otters debut, is on the bench today. He'll most likely play game 2, though. First pitch from Morse is called a strike. Marcos Gonzalez up on the infield grass. Everybody else pretty far back. Watching the pull hitter in Davis. Fouled away, though, off to the other side, to the left side, and it's 0-2. Look at the spray map for Davis. Does mostly hit to center and right field. 0-2. Another one opposite field, though. That one's foul. 23% of his hits go to center, 19% to right. 23% of infield hits go to the right side. 0-2. A little high. Davis hitting a 276. All of his splits are just a little bit over the league average. He's kind of just a fairly league average hitter so far this season between Ottawa and Joliet. That one will miss outside. It's 2-2. Strikeout percentage, though, is above the league average, 25.4%. 49 strikeouts this season. 2-2. Fouled over near the Otters dugout. And we will do it again. He's hitting 303 against starters this season. First plate appearance, 218, but his third, 458. He loves hitting against a guy third time around. 2-2 yet again. Fouled away yet again. Good at bat here for Davis. He's hitting 930 on the road, OPS-wise, 323 on the average, 209 at Slammer Stadium. Another 2-2. That is called strike 3. And Davis goes down looking. First K of the day for Morse. And a 1-2-3 second inning. We'll head to the bottom half, 1-1 on the Otters Digital Network.
All right, everybody, we're bringing back a classic. It's time for the Hickory Pit Stop Flying Pigs Challenge, brought to you by Hickory Pit Stop, right across the street on Morgan Avenue. Go check out their pulled pork, their pigback ribs. Who knows what? We got Taylor up there on the top. She's gonna throw some pigs off of the roof. Everyone that Serenity catches, she gets a free ticket. This is our hardest game. No one's ever caught all three. No pressure. You ready? Set, go. Oh, there's one. Oh, two. Last one. You got it. Here it comes. Hey, let's go.
Second inning brought to you by J.E. Shekel. Armor Protection, founded in 1978, J.E. Shekel is the Tri-State's premier residential, commercial, industrial service and construction company. Well, Eric Turner out there for another inning. Here in the second, he is giving up the homer to Jones, the double to Gonzalez. So it remains tie ball game here, 1-1. As Dennis Pierce, Chris Quitzer, and Sam Linscott will lead it off. 6, 7, 8, just like for the Slammers in the top of the second inning. And Dennis Pierce hitting the ball well. 1 for 2 yesterday, walked twice. That was his 9th game with multiple walks. Hitting at a .282, game number 66 for him. We've already seen a homer. Pierce still leading the team in homers with 11. Still the only guy in double digits. Called a strike, it's 0-1. Eric Turner, 26 years old. He's from Ellijay, Georgia. A little bit north of Atlanta. It's near the Georgia-Tennessee border. As that one is inside, and Pierce gets hit by the pitch. Fastball gets him in the shoulder, and he'll take first to lead off the bottom of the second inning. Chris Quitzer is up. Got the day off yesterday. He's back in the lineup today. 5 for 17 in his last 5 games. Overall, he has 7 games played with the Otters this year. Does strike out at a pretty decent rate. He struck out in all 7 games. But he does get a lot of base hits. He's hitting .292, 7 of them, including a homer, his first homer, extra base hit as an Otter back on the 31st against Windy City. Opposite field shot as well. 1-0. Foul away, and it's 1-1. Quitzer was showing bunts on that first pitch, but pulled it back. Wasn't showing bunt then. Both teams with a run. Joliet 3 hits. Otters have 2. No team with an error yet. Otters have been playing a lot better defense recently. Off the end of the bat, foul over to Andy McCauley at third base. Yesterday, we saw TJ Zarowitz get tossed in the first inning. 3 pitches into the bottom of the first inning. Zarowitz is still out there, so he's made it the longest he has this series. 1-2. Foul tip, but it's not caught by Heidel. So Quitzer will see another pitch. Quitzer, 31 years old, from Buffalo. Talked about how he's been pretty much everywhere in terms of professional baseball in the indie ball ranks. Few leagues that don't exist anymore as well. Can-Am, Pacific Association. Check swing. And he did go around, and Quitzer knew it, and that is strike 3. Third strikeout for Turner. That's out number 1 in the bottom of the second.
The right fielder, number 5, Sam Linscott.
Sam Linscott also didn't play yesterday. Coming off a back-to-back 1 for 3s, though, in the doubleheader against Windy City. Hitting .322, game number 55 for him. First pitch is called a strike. Linscott last 5 games, he is hitting .549. 3 for 15 against Joliet this year. Inside, it's 1-1. Bottom of the lineup, TJ Salvaggio on deck. Linscott 1 for 4 with a strikeout against Turner this season. 4 at-bats for him. As Pierce still standing on first, covered over there by Peyton Carr. 1-1. Fouled back to the netting. Well, Turner is the guy that has kind of taken the Chicago tour in terms of indie ball. He's played for all 3 teams in Chicago, the Schaumburg Boomers, the Windy City Thunderbolts, and now the Joliet Slammers. And he's also played with the Chicago Dogs in the American Association. So he just loves playing in Chicago. I don't blame him. Chicago, pretty nice place. Windy City was nice this weekend. Schaumburg's been great. We're going to Schaumburg later this month, August 25th through the 27th. We're going to be back at Wintrust Field. Might grab another pack and open it every time we score a run, just like the last time we were in Schaumburg. 3-2 now, as that one missed a little high. Payoff pitch here to Linscott. Runner goes high and inside for ball 4, and Linscott will take the walk. Pierce was running to second, but he'll be able to get there safely without a throw, as the walk puts him on second. Linscott on first, 2 on with 1 out for TJ Salvaggio.
The shortstop, number 19, TJ Salvaggio.
Salvaggio is 274 average, 65 games this season. The bottom 3 in the order all did not play yesterday, including Salvaggio. His last game was game 1 of the doubleheader against Windy City. That one's launched into left field. Going back is Davis, and that's over his head and off the wall. Pierce will come in to score. Linscott's getting the stop sign at third. RBI double for Salvaggio. And it's 2-1 Otters in the second inning.
That's a Deerhead double-decker double.
Salvaggio's 13th double of the year. 52nd RBI extends his team lead, and the Otters have their first lead of the day. Big spot here for Ponder with 1 out. Runners at second and third, as there will be a mound visit. Pitching coach Tyler Martin coming out to have a chat as well as the entire infield for Joliet, as the Otters up 2-1 in the second inning. Well, so far we're seeing some good things from the Otters offense in game 1 of the doubleheader. John Ponder struck out swinging in the first inning. So now he is 2 for 6 against Turner this season. He has a double against him, a walk and a couple strikeouts, but big opportunity. Anything hit to the outfield could score Linscott. He's got some speed over at third base. Now with Salvaggio at second. Ponder a chance with a base hit to make it a 4-1 game. A pretty long mound visit. Included the entire infield of Ward, Battipaglia, Cerny, and Carr. Carr over at first up on the infield grass. Everybody else a little bit back at their normal positioning. That one's popped up, though, on the infield. Battipaglia will make the catch, and that's out number 2.
The second baseman, number 12, Amani Jones.
Well, Monty Jones already has a homer against Turner today. Chance to do some more damage against him and produce more 2-out RBIs for the Otters this season. Jones has a total of 14 2-out RBIs against everybody this season, not just against Joliet. That's popped up right side into foul ground. Ward has space, and he will make the catch for out number 3. So 2 pitches, 2 outs for Turner, but the Otters take the lead. RBI double for Salvaggio makes it 2-1 as we will head to the third on the Otters digital network.
Three, two, one. If you're experiencing a typical taste of the smoking old smoking moonshine with authentic Tennessee rockstar skins. We believe that crafting flavors are a beautiful tradition that divides temptation. And pioneering these flavors, we're the way we see it. Because we're dangerous. We're dangerous. Old smoking moonshine is Your Otters are right back here at EVSC's historic Bossy Field tomorrow for Lap Heritage Night. Vinny Morocco's will be giving away the first 500 fans through the gates. Plus, enjoy Thirsty Thursday deals with $3 16-ounce drafts and $6 32-ounce drafts all evening long. Visit our social media pages for more information on all our upcoming promotions. Tickets are still available at EvansvilleOtters.com or by calling Devin 812-435-8686. Join us for the quick hometown finale tomorrow night, 6:35 first pitch, right here at EVSC's historic Bossy Field.
Third inning. Top of the third inning, to be exact. It is Heidel, Battipaglia, and Ward out of the top 3 leading it off in the third inning. Colby Morris pitching with the lead for the first time today. Heidel, the last one to make his first appearance against Morse before we flip the lineup over for the second time. Otters have scored 1 in each of the first 2 frames in game 1 of the doubleheader. Flipping over the lineup, the splits go a decent amount higher, especially the slugging. 174 opponents against Morse have slugged so far, first time through. That raises the 316. OPS overall, 495 goes to 679. Heidel went 2 for 5 yesterday, hit a double, drove in a run as that one misses for ball 1. Heidel got his average over 200. He's at 206 now. Called a strike, and it's 1-1. Last 10 games over Heidel, he has an OPS of 790 compared to his season right now of 623 OPS. 1-1 will just miss high, and it's ball 2. It's 212 against righties, 216 against lefties, so the split's relatively even. That is a check swing over, and he did go around. That is strike 2. Thought that was going to be just called a strike because it was in the zone. Luckily, the check swing did end up making it 2-2. Heidel calls his hitter's timeout as Morse tries to get the first guy out here in the third. Two as Morse kicks and fires. That is called strike 3, and Heidel goes down looking. Second K for Morse. Second straight. Got Davis looking to end the second and gets Heidel looking to start the third. Back to the top of the order, and Battipaglia. He hit a grounder back to Morse on the first pitch of the game to get out number 1. The Slammers did end up scoring a run in the first inning. A little low for ball 1. Battipaglia has a little hitting streak of his own. We've been talking about Patrick Ward's 16-gamer now, but Battipaglia has a 10-game hitting streak after grabbing a base hit, 1 for 5 yesterday. Grounder right in front of home, but it's called foul as it finds its way into the lefty batter's box. Battipaglia this season only has 11 games of his 72 where he does not have a hit. 11 hitless games. He has 25 multi-hit games. Pretty crazy statistic. Check swing over, and he did go. It makes it 1-2. Battipaglia, as mentioned, the only all-star for Joliet, has been the main leadoff guy. 1-2, rip back off the glove. Barehanded throw over to first is not in time as Robertson had to come off the bag to stop it from getting past him. That's the second time Battipaglia has hit one right back at Morrison. That time it results in an infield single.
The third baseman, number 1, Patrick Ward.
There's a reason Battipaglia is always a leadoff man. He has speed. He has 37 stolen bases this season, 37 for 44. So wouldn't be surprised if he goes here with Patrick Ward up. Already extended his hitting streak with a double in the first inning, came around to score. First pitch is high for ball 1. Ward actually has one pitching appearance this season. He threw a scoreless frame against Brockton on the 23rd. Throw back to first is not in time. The 1-0. High, and it's ball 2. Seen a couple of interesting, weird check swings for Ward. Takes it for a ball, but just does like a little half swing and knows that he doesn't go around there. 2-0 is called a strike, and it's 2-1. Joliet dugout not too happy with that call. Last 10 games for Ward, his OPS is at a 1,174. Fly ball in the right field. Linscott running after it over to the fence. He'll run out of room as that one will land in the right field picnic area. Does make it 2-2 against Ward. As with one out, the double play could end things here as well with a grounder. 16-game hitting streak has put Ward's OPS at 880, which is a full 140 over the league average. 2-2. Grounder to short, snagged by Salvaggio. Throw to second for 1. On to first, it's a double play. 6-4-3 as that will get Morse out of the jam. Scoreless third for him. As Salvaggio, Jones, and Blake Robertson at first base combine for a double play brought to you by the Hoosier Lottery. Play ball with the Hoosier Lottery and please play responsibly. We'll head to the bottom of the third. Otters up 2-1 on the Otters Digital Network.
All right, everybody, it is time for Jersey Mike's Build a Sub. We've got 2 master sub chefs on the field. Third base side, we got Caleb. Over here is the Maya. They're going to spin around the bat 10 times, make a beautiful BLT, deliver it to the Otter Bell. If they can do all that, they're your winner. You ready? You ready over there? Let's go! Oh, you're fat. All right, make your sub.
Third inning brought to you by Precision Pest and Wildlife. Every great team brings precision to the field. We bring it to your home and business. Call 812-993-3341 or visit precisionpestwildlife.com. Let's elevate the standard together. Double play, grounded out by Patrick Ward. Gave Colby Morse another 1-2-3 inning. That's the second straight 1-2-3 that Morse has had after giving up a leadoff single. So it's been a good 3 innings with only 1 run given up for Morse. We are now in the bottom of the third. It's Logan Brown, Marcos Gonzalez, and Blake Robertson leading off. Couple of lefties in the top 3. First at bat for Logan Brown, he popped out to Heidel behind the plate. 1 for 6 now against Turner this season with a strikeout. Bunt showed as that one is pulled back and called a high ball 1. See if Logan Brown can bunt himself on here for a single. He's usually very good at bunting, as we've seen with all the safety squeezes. Doesn't show this time, and he fouls it back. So Turner against the Otters has only given up 1 earned run in 12 innings. In his combined 2 starts, has struck out 9, walked 6, got a win on June 23rd. Ripped over to second base, snagged by Cerny. His throw to first is in time, and that's out number 1. That's 103 that Cerny was able to catch up with and make the grab over at second base. Otters still in search of their first win at home against Joliet. Both of the wins that the Otters have this season against the Slammers were in Joliet in that doubleheader sweep. Otters this season 6-6 in doubleheader games after they started off 0-4, getting swept in the doubleheader against Washington and then also against Florence. Since then, it's been relatively good for them. Fouled away over to the Slammers dugout. Went right to Luis Reyes, the hitting coach for Joliet. Made a nice barehanded grab over there. Gonzalez hit a double in his first at-bat over into the left field corner. 1-1. That's a base hit into right center field as Beeman will catch up to it and will hold Gonzalez to a long single. Throw back is not in time, as Gonzalez has 2 hits already today.
The first baseman, number 31.
Gonzalez back-to-back 2-hit games already, 24th multi-hit game of the season. And Robertson here with a man on first and 1 out. Gonzalez 6 for 6 on stolen bases. See if he wants to try and take second here. Robertson struck out swinging to end the first inning. First pitch is called a strike. Robertson had that stretch where he reached in 22 straight games. He's reaching his last 3 now. There's a fly ball into deep center field. Going back is Beeman. He's at the wall. Blake Robertson, 2-run shot. His 6th homer of the year goes dead center. And the Otters take a 4-1 lead in the 3rd inning.
That ball has been exterminated by the middle of the Joliet Pest Control Units.
Homer party. 2 of them today for Evansville as B-Rob gets in on the fun, gets it right over the 410 sign in center, and the Otters lead it by 3. Dennis Pierce up for the 2nd time today. First homer for Robertson since July 9th. That game, July 9th, was against Gateway, where he hit a laser into the short porch at Arsenal BG Ballpark. First pitch misses for ball 1. Pierce got hit by a pitch to start the 2nd inning. Ended up coming around to score. Called a strike. It's 1-1. Off the bat, that homer from Robertson didn't look like it was going out. Kept on carrying, and it went over the Deaconess sign out in center field. Fouled away, and it's 1-2. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. That's now 10 homers given up this season by Turner. Only the third time he's given up multiple homers this season. That's popped up first base side. Making the catch easily there is Peyton Carr, and that's out number 2. Turner gave up 2 homers on May 29th against Gateway, earned the loss there. 3 homers given up against Washington. Talked about that a little bit earlier. Didn't end up being involved in the decision there, even though he gave up 6 earned. Probably a high-scoring game between Joliet and Washington. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Quitzer struck out in the second inning, the third of 3 Ks so far for Turner. But he's given up 4 earned now. That one will miss, and it's 1-1. Now, Turner also has now given up more homers this season in 65 1/3 than he has last year in 79 1/3 with Schaumburg. Fly ball into center field. After it is Beeman, and he's not going to get there. That's going to get into the gap in left center field. Heading to second base is Quitzer, and he'll get there standing with a 2-out double.
That's a double-decker double.
So that is already the 5th extra base hit of the day for Evansville. 2 homers and 3 doubles.
The right fielder, number 5, Sam Linscott.
The season high for extra base hits in a game is 7 by the Otters, and that was in a full 9-inning game. That was back July 8th against Gateway. It's a 7-inning game here. We're in the third. The Otters have 6 hits, and 5 of them have gone for extra bases, including the 2 homers. For Quitzer, that's his first double with the Otters this season, but overall his 9th of the year, if we include his American Association stats. First pitch to Linscott's low and away for ball 1. Off to a good start for the Otters. Looking for a win in game 1 of the doubleheader. That's ripped up the middle and into center field for a base hit. Quitzer's rounding third. Throw to the plate is cut off, and Sam Linscott makes it 5-1 with an RBI single. Seventh hit for the Otters today. First for Linscott as he reaches for the second time in 2 ABs. And it is 5-1 here in the third inning. Salvaggio's driven in a run already today. RBI double in his first at-bat. Well, this is how the Otters offense is going to look for this doubleheader. It's looking good that we might get a doubleheader sweep. You never know. Runner on first, 2 outs. First pitch to Salvaggio is a little low for ball 1. So 3 runs have come in here in the third inning after 1 in the first and 1 in the second. Evansville up by 4. Throw back to first is not in time. Linscott 12 for 15 on stolen bases this season. In the entire game yesterday, we didn't have anybody even attempt a stolen base. But Logan Brown has already caught somebody stealing in Beeman. That was back in the second inning. (2-0) to Salvaggio as Turner, couple looks back to first, kicks and fires, runner goes, as that one is popped up into right center field. And making the catch out there is Beeman for out number 3. The Otters bring in 3 runs, 2-run homer from Blake Robertson, then the RBI single for Sam Linscott. They lead it 5-1, heading to the fourth on the Otters Digital Network.
Fans, don't forget, you've got a chance to win 2 tickets to see Co-Wrestle at Sports Center on Friday night. This is a perfect opportunity for you to go out, make sure you're entered to win. Visit the spin-wheel table outside the main tunnel on the outer concourse, right across from Tippin Tops out there. As one lucky fan will be selected at the end of the second inning in Game 2 of tonight's doubleheader. Must be present to claim and win. We'd love to send someone to see Co-Wrestle on Friday night, right here in Evansville, Indiana, Ford Center, Friday night. 2 tickets have someone's name on it. Someone who is here at Bossy Field. Go enter now. Up front.
Welcome to the fourth. Otters are looking good, up 5-1. 3 runs coming in the bottom of the third inning. 2 homers, 3 doubles. 5 extra base hits out of the total 7 for Evansville here through 3 innings. It's Blake Berry leading it off, then Valera, then Carr. Bulk of the order for Joliet. Now a lot more of a comfortable lead for Colby Morse. First pitch is called a strike. Berry flew out to Gonzalez, who made a nice over-the-shoulder catch. That was back in the first inning, as that one's called strike 2, and Berry quickly down here. Oh, 2 pitch. Little high. Not even going to check the swing. Didn't go around. It's 1-2. So Morse has given up the 1 run. But still, he's pitching pretty well here through 3. Outside, it's 2-2. Morse with Indiana State this season. The Sycamores had a 4.23 ERA, 44 2/3 innings. Grounder into center field, and that will be a base hit for Blake Berry to lead off the 4th. First hit of the day for Berry. The 5th hit of the day for Joliet. But the last 2 innings, the
Designated hitter number 14, Jackson.
Slammers have had a leadoff single, and he has gotten out on the base paths, whether it be a caught stealing or a double play. So maybe it will happen the 3rd time as well. Jackson Valera has grounded into a couple double plays already in this series. Grounded into 2 yesterday. There's a fly ball in a right field. Linscott will let that one drop out in front of him. Throw to second is not in time. Back-to-back singles for Berry and Valera. And there's 2 on with nobody out to start the top of the 4th for the Slammers. And Joliet in business here to start the 4th.
The first baseman, number 9.
Only getting out hit by 1 now, but finding themselves down 4. It's kind of like how the Otters were yesterday, where they were, for a lot of the game, out hitting Joliet, but were down by as much as 6, as much as 8 as well. Peyton Carl trying to bring in a run or 2 here for Joliet and cut the deficit a little bit for the Slammers. First pitch from Morse is a little high for ball 1. Carr grounded out to 3rd in his first at-bat. Could have an opportunity to try and bunt the runners over. Hasn't showed it, though. 1-0 pitch from Morse. Slow roller over to short. Salvaggio scoops it up, though, to first is not in time, as Robertson had to come off the bag in order to keep it from going past him. Another single, 3 straight, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. Infield single will load him up. Blake Berry, Jackson Valera, Peyton Carr all on base now for Jackson Beeman, who already has a base hit today. Otters will definitely take a double play for a run scoring. But Beeman hit a single to lead off the second inning, then got caught stealing. First pitch, a little outside for ball 1. This is technically the tying run for Beeman. And Beeman does have the most home runs on the team, 13. 1-0. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Chance to get a crucial first out here for Joliet. Against Joliet for Morse. With Barry on third, Valera on second, Carr on first. One pitch from Morse. There's a grounder over to short, throw to second for 1. Jones on to first, double play. And they will take the 2 outs for the 1 run coming in as Barry scores from third. Second double play in 2 innings for Joliet, as Valera will advance to third base. Another 6-4-3 makes it 5-2. But now 2 outs on the board. So an RBI double play for Beeman. That's his 30th RBI of the season. First pitch to Cerny is a little high for ball 1. So now 2 outs. Valera's on third. Barry came in to score after leading off with a single. The Otters still up 3. 1-0 pitch. Grounder down the third base line. Foul over to Joliet's bullpen. So now 4 double plays grounded into by Joliet in this series. The Otters yesterday hit into 2. But don't have any today. Another one fouled away, and it's 1-2. Morse looking to get out of this with just the 1 run given up, which would definitely be a positive considering it was bases loaded with nobody out. One, 2 from Morse. A little high. Logan Brown had to get all the way up to grab that one. 2-2. Cerny, in his first at bat, flew out to right field. The 2-2. Grounder to third. Gonzalez throw across the diamond to first, and that's out number 3. Colby Morse gives up 3 straight hits. Only one of them come around to score as the Otters still lead at 5-2, heading to the bottom of the 4th on the Otters digital network.
It's time to choose to get upgraded to the Ashley Furniture Best Seats in the House. Our lucky winner will get to spend the entirety of the double header in the best seats in the house. So up here in the press box, we say congratulations to Sean Rincon. Sean Rincon, you have won Ashley Furniture for best seats in the house for this evening. So come on down and sit in our VIP premium field box seating area right there behind the Otters dugout for the entirety of tonight's double header. This is the Sheet Metal Workers Local 20 4th inning. For 138 years, sheet metal workers have led the way in sheet metal industries like heating and air, architectural, industrial, and more. Visit smart20evansville.com for more information.
Fourth innings brought to you by Sheet Metal Workers Local 20. For 138 years, Sheet Metal Workers have led the way in sheet metal industries like heating and air, architectural, industrial, and more. Visit smart20evansville.com for more information. That's SMART20 EVANSVILLE.com. For those who are hard of hearing, maybe. 5-2, top of the lineup leading off, starting with John Ponder, then Amani Jones, then Logan Brown against Eric Turner, who, even though he's given up 5 earned in 3 innings, has not thrown as many pitches as Morse, who's given up only 2 earned. Both teams, though, with 7 hits. Otters, though, have the upper hand in terms of the runs column, up by 3. Trying to get back to a 4-run lead after the run came in the top of the 4th for Joliet. First pitch to Ponder is a little low. It is an 0 for 2 so far today for Ponder. Struck out swinging in the first. Popped out to Battipaglia in the second inning. Little high, and it's 2-0. Good take from Ponder. That one just missed above the zone. The Turner last year a 5.67 ERA in 79 and a third innings. Pitched 2 games against the Otters as that one misses for ball 3. 2 games against the Otters in the span of a week. May 22nd, 5 innings, 2 earned, 5 hits, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts. And then 5 days later on the 27th of May, 5 innings, 4 earned, 5 hits, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. Pretty similar in terms of the stat line, as that one hits the zone, and it's 3-1. Turner working a little quickly here in the bottom of the 4th. There's a fly ball into shallow right field. Under it is Barry, and he will make the catch for out number 1.
The second baseman, number 12, Amani Jones.
Amani Jones will stand in with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Amani Jones hit his 5th homer of the year in the first inning. Flew out to Patrick Ward at third base in his second at-bat. First pitch from Turner is called a strike. Now, Turner ended up getting traded to Windy City middle of the season last year for Caleb Rydell. Played 4 games with the Thunderbolts to end the season. One was against Joliet, so that's called strike 2. August 14th against Joliet, he threw 3 2/3, walked 6, and got the loss, gave up 4 earned. 0-2 just outside. Last season with Schaumburg, his highest total of earned runs, 8, were in 2 games, and both of them were against Florence. So didn't have a good, has not pitched very well against Florence, including the 5 earned he gave up in his last start against Florence. Got the loss on the 10th against Florence, so the Alls, not necessarily the favorite team for Turner to face off against, just overall in his professional career. 2-2, rip back up the middle into center field for a base hit. Monty Jones, 2 for 3 today. And he has a single with 1 out in the 4th.
The catcher, number 28, Logan Brown.
Logan Brown up. Well, for Amani Jones, that was the longest homer drought by anybody on the Otters. He was the only guy that didn't have a homer in July. His last homer was on June 26th against Florence. And that was the day after the rainout, which is the reason why we have the doubleheader today. So that little homer drought is over. Hopefully Amani Jones can get some more to go over the wall here in August. Logan Brown, see if he can get homer number 4. So far, he's taken a ball outside. It's 1-0. Logan Brown's last homer was July 10th. That was against Sussex. It's a big win for them. That's also the last game where Mark Black hit a homer. Grounder up the middle, and that's going to get under the glove of Cerny and into center field. Amani Jones taking third base. And a single for Logan Brown will put runners at the corners with one out for Marcos Gonzalez. Cerny got off his glove. It slowed the ball down a little bit, which might have helped in Amani Jones heading to third base because Beeman had to run a little farther to get to it. Gonzalez is 2 for 2 already today. First pitch from Turner. Inside, almost hit him. Double in the first inning for Gonzalez. A single in the third. He came around to score one of the 2 runs on the 2-run homer by the man on deck, Blake Robertson. That's going to get way past Heidel. That went behind Gonzalez. No advance at third from Jones, but Logan Brown will take second base. A very wild pitch will put 2 on in scoring position now with 1 out. So we will have a mound visit after that interesting pitch from Turner between him and Heidel. Just them two. We'll take a quick look at the out-of-town scoreboard as Tri-City's up on Quebec 2-0. Down east, Washington, we're just starting, but I've heard from a little birdie that the rain's coming down. Florence, Sussex just starting. Later tonight, it's going to be Schaumburg and Gateway. We saw Gateway. They hit a couple of homers to beat Schaumburg yesterday. Dale Thomas with the walk-off homer against the Boomers. 2-0. High fly ball into foul ground. Running after it is Ward. Heading over to the tarp, but he runs out of room. That tarp really is just sitting there. Just being in the way. Being a nuisance. Two-one. It was a pitch that was very high and inside that Gonzalez was able to get a piece of. 2-1 pitch from Turner is fouled away, and it's 2-2. Gonzalez this season, with runners in scoring position, is hitting at a .427. Pretty good. 32 for 75. But also 21 strikeouts. Turner technically disengages there, so that counts as 1. Infield in. 2-2. Swinging and a miss, and that's strike 3. Gonzalez strikes out swinging. 4th K for Turner, and that's out number 2 in the bottom of the 4th. Now that'll bring up Blake Robertson. B-Rob hit a 2-run homer in his last at-bat. Also has a strikeout swinging. That homer is 6th of the year. First pitch is going to miss outside for ball 1. Now, Turner did play with the Chicago Dogs in the American Association first before he went to the Frontier League. He only played 3 games, though. The very end of the year, he had a 1.17 ERA. Called a strike, and it's 1-1. That was after his last season at Kentucky State. 3.78 ERA, 81 innings for him at KSU. 43 walks, 87 strikeouts, but hit 19 batters. Turner steps off again, does a fake throw over to second base. Nobody's really close over there. Battipaglia is near, but not really too close to Logan Brown, who's leading over there. Kind of see the distance between those two on home team. Grounder up the middle. Ranging is Cerny. He'll trip and fall over as Robertson will reach. A run comes in as Amani Jones scores from third. And the Otters are back up 4 at 6-2. So that's the second time we've seen Cernia play like that kind of go awry for him. One went under his glove, and that one, I think he just bobbled and then ended up kind of falling over on the dirt. Ended up allowing Robertson to reach on the infield single, and now Robertson has a 2-hit day in game 1 of the doubleheader. 11th multi-hit game for him. Dennis Pierce, runners at the corners with 2 outs, as that first pitch called a strike. Pierce got hit by a pitch, came around to score, then popped out to Carr at first. So he's 0 for 1. 10 hits in not even 4 innings for the Otters. That is called a strike, and it's 0-2. 4 strikeouts for Turner, but he has now given up 6 earned. Last 3 starts now for Turner. He's given up 17 earned runs out of his 42. 0-2 pitch. Hot chopper to third. Patrick Ward. Throw across the diamond over to first in time. And that is out number 3. Otters get a run across on the single from Blake Robertson. Back up by 4 at 6-2. Head into the 5th inning on the Otters Digital Network.
Otters fans, it sounds like we got a pizza bandit here at EBS East Historic Boston Field. Evan had himself a Taroni's pizza, but it's not his. Make some noise if you want this Taroni's pizza. Oh, he made it far today. Looks like he's found himself a lucky fan. Congratulations and enjoy that pizza from our friends at Taroni's.
Joliet fans, we've got double the baseball action this evening. As soon as this game ends, 30 to 40 minutes between games, and they will get started with game 2 of this evening's doubleheader. We have a game from June 25th this evening. With that in line with the Frontier League schedule. And tomorrow we are back here at 6:35 tomorrow evening for the series finale before the team heads on the road with Lee in Washington, Pennsylvania this weekend before they're back all week long next week. Tuesday through Sunday, plenty of chances to come see Otters baseball next week, starting on Tuesday night for the 3rd inning.
Top of the 5th inning. It's a 7-inning game, so not many chances left for Joliet to try and come back from down 4. Joliet scored in the top half. Otters responded on the infield single from Blake Robertson. He's now driven in 3 of the 6 runs for the Otters in game 1 of the doubleheader. Reminder, game after this, 30, 40, maybe 45 minutes after this game ends, we're playing another one. And with how the offense is performing, hopefully it'll be a doubleheader sweep. It'll be Chris Davis, Brandon Heidel, and Ian Battipaglia leading off against Colby Morse, who's looking to go 5 innings. And it'll be the pitcher of record if this score holds. Davis 0 for 1 has a strikeout looking. 2 strikeouts from Morris, and 1 has gone to Davis, 1 has gone to Heidel in the bottom 2 in the lineup. There's some action in the Joliet bullpen. Nobody warming, but there is people that are standing. That's a sign of maybe warming at some point. I don't know. First pitch from Morse is called a strike on the fastball. Davis, 29 years old. He's from Point Vedra Beach, Florida, suburb of Jacksonville. That will miss as the boot from Logan Brown goes all the way to Heidel in the on deck circle. Chris Davis, the son of ESPN personality Reese Davis. He's ESPN personality, is on the college football. He's hanging out with Lee Corso and all those guys on college game day. Pretty well-known figure. 2-1 from Morse. Grounder over to first base. Robertson flips to Morse. He'll step on the bag in time for out number 1. The 3-1 put out. Makes it 1 out in the 5th inning.
The catcher, number 15, Brandon Heidel.
That'll bring up Brandon Heidel here with 1 out. Maybe good for Morse to go the full 5 here to save the bullpen. Maybe he'll even get the 6th. But Turner has 82 pitches. Morse, 68. Not looking too bad. He has thrown 100 pitches in an outing already this season. Exactly 100 in his last one back on the 30th against New York. So if things go well here, could see him for the 6th and then just bring out a guy for the 7th. Have the rest of the bullpen ready for game 2. Fouled back to the netting, and it's 1-1. Heidel struck out looking to start off the 3rd inning. Sitting at a 0 for 1. He has 1 3-hit game this season, and that was on July 29th against Florence. That was also where he hit one of his 2 homers. His other homer was on June 19th against Windy City. 1-1. Little outside. Heidel, 24-year-old from Anaheim. He was at Oakland University, not in Oakland, in Michigan. It's a decent amount of people that get those two mixed up. It's in Rochester, Michigan. Fly ball to right center field. Linscott, Ponder running after it, and neither of them can get to it as it heads all the way to the track. Heading to second base is Heidel, and he has his 2nd double in 2 games. 6th overall this season, and he is into second base. 8th hit of the day for Joliet.
The Hoosier Otters strikeout man of the game, shortstop, number 18, Ian Battipaglia.
Luckily, the Otters got their 4-run lead back as Battipaglia is up with a runner in scoring position with 1 out in the 5th inning. With runners in scoring position, Battipaglia hitting .312, 20 for 64, 11 walks, 11 strikeouts as well. Mentioned Battipaglia does lead the team in strikeouts, but also a lot of other good offensive categories. Shows bunt, pulls it back, and it's inside for ball 1. One-0 is gonna miss a little outside for ball 2. Runner on second, 1 out. Pitch from Morse, swung on and missed, and it's 2-1. Battipaglia, couple of good hit streaks. The 19-gamer between May 31st and June 24th, the biggest one, ended on the day after that game against the Otters. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. 19-game hitting streak, one of the longest in the Frontier League. We saw Liam MacArthur's 21-gamer, which is the longest in a long time, at least for Thunderbolts franchise history. 2-2 from Morse. Little high on the fastball, and that's ball 3. Heidel at second after his 6th double of the season. Joliet still find themselves down by 4. Somebody finally up and warming in the bullpen. 3-2. as a fly ball into right center field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Heidel's rounding third. Throw home from Ponders cut off as Battipaglia has his second hit of the day, and it brings in a run. Heidel scores from second, and it's 6-3. So that'll bring out Max Peterson as somebody is going to get warming in the Otters bullpen immediately after that. Alex Valdez is the first man out there. Not going to switch him yet as Valdez just started warming up. On the other side, somebody warming for Joliet as well. It's number 41, Casey Odell. So the RBI single for Battipaglia puts him at 40 RBIs on the season. Hit number 92. He's nearing the 100 hit mark this season. And it also extends his hitting streak to 11 games. Now Max Peterson, I think, giving some words to the home plate umpire, Bryce Obart, before he comes off. So we'll see how long Morse gets here, but this is a season high now, 3 earned runs for Morse. Luckily, the Otters offense has put together 6 runs, and he's still in a good, comfortable spot. Battipaglia, though, at first, always a threat on the base pass, 37 stolen bases. First pitch to Patrick Ward is fouled away. Ward did hit into a double play his last at-bat with Battipaglia on first, so see if that happens again here, and it will end the top of the 5th inning. But 2 double plays already grounded into by Joliet today in game 1. Little low, and it's 1-1. Fouled away off to the right side. Linscott giving it a look, but it will fall into Sammy's corner foul. Makes it 1-2 to Ward. Ward today, 1 for 2. Had the double play grounded into, but hit a double in the first inning. Came around to score the first run of the day for either side. Made it 1-0. Throw back to first is not in time. Waiting on a 1-2 here for Ward. Morse kicks in, fires. Grounder foul into the Joliet bullpen. One run in the first, one in the fourth, now one here in the 5th for Joliet. 3 runs have come across for him, now on 9 hits. Only being out hit by 1 yet again, still find themselves down 3 runs. Another 1-2 from Morse. A little low and away, and it's 2-2. Well, with FAU this season, Patrick Ward hit .289, 51 games. He also had 12 appearances pitching. 7.59 ERA in 10 2/3 innings. Two-two pitch. There's a grounder over to short, flip to second for 1, on to first, and it's another double play. A 6-4-3 double play in 3 straight innings for Joliet. As Morse gets out of it, only giving up the 1 run. We will head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. 6-3 Evansville on the Otters Digital Network.
It's time to show us your best smiles for the HRI Dental Smile King. Over 300,000 members trust HRI Dental. Based right here in Indiana, HRI Dental has been insuring smiles for more than 37 years. Keep smiling with HRI Dental. Now let's make some noise for our volunteer out there at third base as they help our Otterdales brush off the bases. Look at those pearly white shine.
Fifth innings brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Bombless apps are now here. Dine and only visit either Evansville locations, 5405 Pearl Drive or 715 North Green River Road for details. We have a new pitcher on the mound for Joliet as Eric Turner's day is done. He finishes with 4 innings, 10 hits, 6 earned runs, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, and is the pitcher of record here if this score holds. Otters up 6-3. Casey Odell is the first man out of the pen for Joliet today. He has a 6.75 ERA and 17 1/3 innings, 8 walks, 13 strikeouts, whip at a 1.38. It has been a little bit of a rough going for Odell in his past few games. When we just saw him last, he had a 0 ERA. He hadn't given up an earned run. But, of course, things have changed since then as Odell has given up in his last 4 outings 10 of his 13 earned runs, including 3 in his last outing against New York on the 1st and 5 against Schaumburg in 2/3 of an inning back on July 25th. He'll face off against Quitzer, Linscott, and Salvaggio, the bottom 3 in the lineup, in the 5th inning. First pitch to Quitzer is called a ball high. The Otters have faced off against Odell 3 times coming into this one. Scoreless frame on the 23rd of June, July 3rd. Another scoreless frame. Got the save on July 3rd. And on the 5th, the first 2 earned runs given up by Odell were against the Otters. On the 5th, he gave up 2, earned his first and still only loss of the season. Popped up foul ground, Ward running after it, over to the bullpen, and he makes the catch, just enough room to make the catch out near the fence, and it's out number 1.
The right fielder, number 5, Sam Linscott.
Sam Linscott up, 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Joliet has 6 outs to get 3 runs to tie, 4 to take the lead. First pitch called a strike. Odell, 23 years old. He's from Gainesville, Florida. He was with Florida Southern for his last 3 collegiate seasons. Little high. Linscott so far today has reached twice, walked, and hit an RBI single. Brought home Chris Quitzer from second base after Quitzer hit a double. One. Ripped back over to second base, snagged by Cerny. His throw to first is in time for out number 2. Well, Cerny's made a couple of good plays over at second base. Saw the 103 off the bat of Logan Brown that he was able to take care of, and that one 98 off the bat, and he took that one with ease, made it look easy over there at second base. Quickly 2 down in the bottom of the 5th inning for TJ Salvaggio. Swing and a miss for strike 1. The Otters have scored in all 4 offensive frames so far. 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, 3 in the 3rd, 1 in the 4th. 0-1. Fly ball into right field. Going back is Barry. He's at the track. He's at the wall. It is gone. TJ Salvaggio, opposite field home run. His 10th of the year. And the Otters have still scored in every frame offensively. It is 7-3 here in the fifth.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Well, after a decent home run drought for the Otters, 3 homers today. One from Salvaggio, one from Amani Jones, one from Blake Robertson. And the Otters have put 7 on the board. Back up 4. Each time Joliet has scored, the Otters have responded in kind with one of their own. First pitch called a strike to Ponder. That's the third homer given up by Odell. He gave up a home run in his last outing as well against the Boulders. Salvaggio hit that a long way the other way over to the right field area. The second Otter to join the double-digit home run club. Now at 10, one behind Dennis Pierce. 1-2 grounder up the middle. That's into center field for a base hit. And John Ponder joins the hit parade. His first of the day, 12th for the Otters. And he's on first with 2 outs for Amani Jones.
number 12, Amani Jones.
Everybody in the lineup's now reached base. 8 of 9 have a hit. Amani Jones has 2 of them today, including a homer. Solo homer in the first inning, single in the fourth. Scored both times. Type of offense that the Otters have usually been doing. So Ponder on first with 2 outs. 0-1 from Odell. That is called a strike. Lower half of the zone. It's 0-2. Jones, both of his hits came off of Turner. Oh, 2, fouled away. Ponder had a very big lead off of first, and the catcher Heidel was ready to throw. Ponder deciding not to try and steal second base. 7 runs now with 12 hits for Evansville. 3 runs, 9 hits for Joliet. Either team with an error. Seen a couple of bobbles, but they usually have resulted in infield singles. Runner goes, called a ball, throw to second is in time, and that is out number 3. Ponder gets caught stealing. That is out number 3, but TJ Salvaggio, an opposite field homer, his 10th of the year. Otters back up 4, 7-3 as we'll head to the 6th on the Otters digital network.
This time for the Legends Sip, brought to you by A Sip Pizza. New month, new pizza of the month. Jalapeno base. Go online to see the ingredients. There's way too many for me to mention. Looks like we got a 1v1 over there. William Henry Harrison versus Benjamin Bossy. Place your bets. If you win, you get to pat yourself on the back. Legends, are you ready? Set, go! Harrison's in the lead. Oh, come on, Bossy. You can do it. Bossy at the last second. And then Harrison lost his head.
Fans, don't forget, you've got a chance to win 2 tickets to see Co Wetzel at the Ford Center on Friday night. Head out to our outer concourse and visit the spin wheel table. You sign up now. One lucky fan will be selected at the end of the second inning of game 2. You must be present to claim your prize. Again, we're going to away 2 tickets to Co Wetzel on Friday night. Go enter right now on the outer concourse.
Game 1 of 2 2 games. We're just playing 2 games. It's just 2 games here at Bossy Field. The Otters are winning game 1 by a score of 7-3.
Leading off the half inning for the Skyliners, the right fielder number 34.
It will be Blake Berry and Jackson Valera and Peyton Carr leading off as they led off in the 4th inning. Now leading off the 6th, Colby Morse back out there. Possibly could go a 6 scoreless. You never know. He's only at 84 pitches as that one is swung on and missed for strike 1. Berry 1 for 2, singled in the 4th, came around to score. Popped out to Gonzalez at 3rd. Outside, it's 1-1. Game 2 is going to be starting a little bit after game 1, of course. We'll have an update with the actual game time once this game ends. Tomorrow, though, game 4 of the series is going to be a regular 6:35 start as it's Latin Heritage Night here at Bossy Field. It's going to be should be a good one. Should be a good one. Nice Thirsty Thursday as well. Usually we get a good crowd on Thursdays here. And we have the Maraca giveaway, of course. Mini Maracas given away to the first 500 fans. As that one has popped up, shallow left field. Salvaggio will make the catch, and that's out number 1. A big shout out to whoever is in the press box here with me who was shaking the maracas to remind me about the giveaway. How could I forget? It's going to be a loud one tomorrow because of the maracas. It's our scorer, Cage Christie. Shout out to Cage. Good dude occasionally. First pitch to Jackson Valera, called strike. Now Valera hitting .319 is actually leading the team in batting average coming into this game. So far today, he's 2 for 2, so that average will raise. Has an RBI double in the 1st inning, singled in the 4th, as that one will miss, and it's 1-1. Somebody warming in both bullpens. Valdez still out there, waiting to come in at any moment. On the other side, it's a new guy for Joliet as the curveball misses high. That's Patrick Ward warming in the bullpen. Yeah, number 1, Patrick Ward. So we're gonna might see Patrick Ward out for the bottom of the 6th inning as that one hits the zone for strike 2. We're talking about how Ward only has pitched once this season. Might be twice. 2-2. Grounder over the right side. Nice snag from B-Rob as he'll tag first. Blake Robertson, a nice defensive play at first base. And that's out number 2. Well, Robertson took a step to his right and then had to fall left after that one over on that side. Still able to make the catch, though, and tag the bag for out number 2. And that'll bring up Peyton Carr. No movement from Max Peterson, so this could be a full 6 for Morse. We do know the Otters don't really enjoy throwing position players out there. First pitch is going to miss for ball 1. Bossy Faithful not happy with that call. 1-0 from Morse, fouled back. Now Peyton Carr, as you've seen for everybody watching on Home Team Network, crazy leg kick. He has his leg up in the air before the pitch is thrown. He kind of has it leaning, and then he raises it way high up there before he swings as he takes that one for ball 2. If you look up Peyton Carr, there's a video of him on Reddit. It shows his leg kick. His leg is in the air before he swings and he hits a homer. That was when he was in the Twins system. Fly ball into foul ground. Robertson on the line, a little right of the line. He'll make the catch, and that's out number 3. Colby Morris goes 6 innings, gives up 3 runs, and is in line for the victory if this score holds. We will head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. 7-3 at Evansville on the Otters Digital Network.
Otters fans, once again, Hickory pit stop on the field this time for the Pull Apart Challenge. We got a 3 versus 2. Our team on the left is Kareem, Demarion, and Elijah. Over there is Ray and Zay. Let's see if they can win this good old-fashioned game of tug of war, get this green tape over the side of the coach's box. Whichever team does so is your winner. You guys ready? Set, go! Oh, it's pretty close. Cheer them on, everybody. They need your help. This is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. They're running out of juice. You got 5 seconds, guys. Oh, and Ray.
So it is Patrick Ward pitching for Evansville, for Joliet. He'll face off against Jones, Brown, and Gonzalez to start the bottom of the 6th inning. Mentioned Patrick Ward has only pitched 1 time this season. He's a position player pitching, which is weird considering it's a pretty close game still, but with a doubleheader, Mike Pinto trying to save bullpen arms for the 2nd game of the series. Meanwhile, the Otters are not going to do that. They're going to pitch a guy for the 7th, especially because Colby Morris finished his 6 innings. So good start for Morse and is in line for his 3rd straight win. Starting off the season 3-0. Ward has a scoreless inning, 0 ERA in 1 inning, 1 hit given up, 0 walks, 1 strikeout. That's all he's got. That's all he's got. Odell finishes with an inning, 2 hits, 1 earned run, the solo homer from Salvaggio. No walks, no strikeouts. Monty Jones was up to end the 5th inning before John Ponder got caught stealing. So to mention it again, Amani Jones is 2 for 3. Solo homer in the 1st inning, singled in the 4th. See how Ward does here. 88 to start. Not bad. Florida Atlantic, 10 2/3 innings, 7.59 ERA. Mostly is a hitter at heart. Grounder up the middle. Ranging is Battipaglia. Bobbles it. Throw to first. Is still in time. And that's out number 1. Very close play at first. Battipaglia originally had a bobble. Was able to recover very quickly, though, and get the out. Oh, we have a picture graphic for Patrick Ward. Hey, how about that? I didn't think we'd have that, but hey, you know what? Why not? Popped up, foul ground. Not able to catch up to it is Carr. So Peyton Carr is at first. And Cam Sudo is at first. This is the first time we've seen Cam Sudo this series. High fly ball into center field. Beeman not having to move too far to his right. Makes the catch, and that's out number 2.
The 3rd baseman, number 2, Marcos Gonzalez.
Well, this season is the only time where Ward actually did pitch in his collegiate career. 12 pitching appearances. Got a loss. So he pitched in a high leverage situation at least 1 time. He got the loss on April 26th against the Charlotte 49ers. So that one's outside for ball 1. That Florida Atlantic team this season finished at 500, 28-28. Lost in the first game, as that one is a base hit into right field. Gonzalez 3 for 4 today. Finish the thought, though. Florida Atlantic lost against Wichita State in the first round of the American Conference Tournament, as that ended their season. Blake Robertson's playing a good game today. 2 for 3. He's playing some good defense over at first base. 2-run homer in the third, RBI single in the fourth. 2 for 3, all those at-bats against Turner. First pitch from Ward is fouled away. We haven't seen a 2-homer game since the 3rd of July against Joliet from LG Castillo. Most likely going to see LG in the lineup for game 2. Same with Mark Black and Blake Barthol. Popped up foul yet again. He's on the bench. On the other side, the bench for the Slammers, Sudo's in the game now. So he's off the bench. Caden Morton came in as a pinch hitter yesterday. And Ivan Dahlberg, who we have not seen yet, as Heidel has been catching both games. Let's probably see Dahlberg, though, for game 2. 0-2. Little low. Robertson looking for a 3-hit game today. Yes, 2 of them. Ripped down the line. That's a fair ball. It's going to get all the way into the corner. Marcos Gonzalez rounding third. He is coming around to score. Here comes the relay. Throw to the plate is not in time. Blake Robertson's 3rd hit of the day and 4th RBI makes it 8-3 Otters.
That's a team Decker double.
Good base running from Marcos and a good send from McCauley at third as Blake Robertson has 3 hits and 4 RBIs today. Dennis Pierce with a man on second and 2 outs. The Otters have scored in all 6 innings in game 1 of the doubleheader. That'll miss for ball 1. For Blake Robertson, that is a new season high, 4 RBIs. As the 2-run homer, the RBI single, and the RBI double. He's a triple shy of the cycle, but I'm not sure he's going to get that last at-bat. If this was a 9-inning game, though, definitely had a shot at it. So 4th 3-hit game of the season for Robertson. First since the 9th of July against Gateway, which was the last home run he hit as well in that game. Fouled away to the right side. It's 2-1. Dennis Pierce is 0 for 2. Got hit by a pitch, came around to score. It's the last man in the lineup that doesn't have a base hit yet, as the Otters have 8 runs on 14 hits in game 1 of the doubleheader. 2-1 from Ward. Fouled back to the netting, and it's 2-2. Robertson raises his RBI total to 30. Probably Robertson's best game of the season. Does not have a 4-hit game yet, but 11 multi-hit, 4 3-hit now. That is called strike 3, and Ward strikes out Dennis Pierce to end the frame. First K for Ward. Otters grab another run, and they have their biggest lead of the day, up 5, 8-3, and 3 outs away from taking game 1 of the doubleheader on the Otters digital network.
All right, Otters fans, it's time for some hula hooping. Boys versus girls. We've got Maverick versus Lucy. I'm looking down, Maverick. All right, you got 30 seconds, and then you'll be judged by the honor bells. Whoever just does the best job is your winner. Guys ready? Set, go. Cheer 'em on, everybody. Y'all know how hard some of it is. Oh, there you go. We're halfway there. 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Who's the winner? Time. That's good enough. Let's hear from both of them, everybody. Don't be fair.
It's now time for the Jacobs Pub Summer Jam. Jacobs Pub is proud to support the Evansville Otters in the Jacobsville neighborhood. Be sure to check out first Fridays on North Main. Jacobs Pub, 607 North Main Street.
Top of the 7th, and Colby Morse is still out there. He's trying to get a 7-inning complete game, which would be a first for the Otters this season. They have reinforcements just in case, but Colby Morse is sitting at 97 pitches. So if things go smoothly here, you never know. You never know. It could go for the full 7 and save all the bullpen arms for game 2. But if they need to put in, Valdez, they still have Eckes, Scribble, Thebe, Morrissey, Wolgamuth, Tomzak, Serta. No hurt in keeping Morse in, of course, as he'll face off against Beeman, Cerny, and Davis to lead off the top of the 7th. Otters 3 outs away from a Game 1 win. And evening things back up in the division with Florence. Florence currently losing to Sussex 2-1. Called a strike. It's 1-1 against Beeman. Jackson Beeman is 1 for 2. He hit a single in the second, grounded into an RBI 6-4-3 double play in the 4th. 1-1 is called strike 2. Outside edge. Well, all in all, another great outing from Colby Morse. He has been a fantastic pickup from the Otters, especially when they needed starting rotation help the most. He has been a very good addition to the team. Unfortunately, ERA might go up a little bit as there's a base hit into left field, and Jackson Beeman has his second hit of the day.
The second baseman, number 12, Tyler Cerny.
That'll bring up Tyler Cerny. Man on first and 1 out. Or nobody out, sorry. Junior Serta's warming in the bullpen. Pitch 102 from Morse. Outside for ball 1. Cerny 0 for 2. Fly out to right field. A grounder to third. Well, this has kind of been the reverse of yesterday's game where Joliet has a lot of hits but not a lot of runs across. Inside, it's 2-0. 3 runs, 10 hits, no errors for Joliet. Evansville has 8 runs on 14 hits with no errors, and they've scored in every offensive inning so far. All 6 of them. 2-0, high fly ball off to the right side. It'll get out of play foul, and it's 2-1. Now Beeman on first base. 8 for 10 in stolen bases. Has already been caught stealing today back in the second inning. Popped up foul. It's 2-2. Otters will get win 43 if this score holds. Morse will get the win. Turner will get the loss. Two. Morse kicks and fires. Fouled away. Well, the most pitches an Otter has thrown in an outing this season has been 116. That was from Ryan Wiltsey. Wiltsey threw his 116 pitches back on June 14th against Schaumburg, as that's a swing and a miss for strike 3. Only the third strikeout for Morse, and that's out number 1 in the top of the 7th inning.
The left fielder, number 2, Chris Davis.
Would be quite poetic for the last 2 outs to be a double play. The Otters have tied now their season high in double plays turned in a game with 3, tied with May 24th against Windy City. They have not turned 4 double plays in a game yet, let alone a 7-inning game. Chris Davis has a strikeout looking and a grounder to first. Outside, it's 2-0. Looking more and more likely that Morse is going to break that season high in innings or pitches thrown in an outing. This is number 110. As it's called a strike, lower half of the zone. It's 2-1 to Chris Davis. Brandon Heidel on deck. He's the only guy in the bottom 3 of the order with a base hit. Hit a double in his last at-bat. 2-1. There's a grounder to short. Toss to second for 1. On to first. Double play and the Otters win. Colby Morse goes the distance. A 7-inning complete game. As he goes through all 7. We didn't need no bullpen arms in this one. Otters take game 1 of the doubleheader by a final score of 8-3. And that is a new season high. 4 double plays turned in a game. And it only took 7 innings for them to get it done here in game 1. Joliet got a lot of hits, but those double plays really cost them as they drop to 30-43. The Otters even the series up at 1 game apiece. We have another one coming up in about 30 to 45 minutes. And hopefully the Otters can replicate the offense they had in this one. 8 runs, 14 hits they scored in the first. 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, 1 in the sixth. They scored in all of the innings offensively. On the other side, 1 in the first, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth for Joliet. They finished with 3 runs on 10 hits. No errors on the other side. Otters 8 runs, 14 hits, no errors. It was a all-around great day, but I think Marcos Gonzalez and Blake Robertson really got the job done offensively, especially B-Rob. He drove in 4 runs, 2-run homer, a single brought in a run, and a double that brought in a run. Don't go away. Otters take game 1, but we have another 7 innings to play. We are not too sure who's starting, but there will be a game played. We will have the game time start for you soon. But for now, I'm Evan Patoka. Stay tuned. We'll be back. We will be back. Trust me, we will be back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got an update for you regarding our second game of the evening in this evening's doubleheader. We will have first pitch coming your way at 7:55. 7:55, first pitch for game 2 of our doubleheader. Still plenty of time, though, to visit your truck. Grill outside, first base, Taste of Evansville concession, third base concessions, chill zones open, provided by Alex Deli and Ice Cream. Plenty to do around the ballpark out front, including to go out to that spin wheel table and make sure you register for those no rental tickets being given away at the end of the second inning in game 2. If you haven't registered yet, go get your name in now. Once again, 7:55. First pitch for game 2 of our doubleheader. They'll go in for baseball on the way.
said, well, we like balloons. How about some balloons? Anybody want a balloon? Get out there. Come on, get balloons. She didn't like the big boys. Who wants a balloon? Anybody with Serenity? Want a balloon? I don't think he wants one, Evan. There we go. Balloons, balloons. How'd you get one? Oh, you brought your own balloons. Looks like well, those went quick. Audrey's got a few. Not many kids over there. She's trying to keep them for herself. But she's got 4 left. Oh, we need one over here. Come over here. Hold on. Audrey. Her right here. She's been behaving. She's got a cool Bucky shirt on. Oh, there you go. Taylor's got you. There we go. Well, that went quick. I guess I gotta go below more. I need an oxygen tank. Evan's gonna blow up. Never mind. He's got big lungs. About 20 more minutes until game 2. So you blowing up balloons? Is that what you got there? Told me not to say nothing, so we're gonna walk next to her first. What's that? If anybody wants balloons, oh, she's hiding. Oh my gosh, it's Josh. Did you get a balloon? Oh, you gave it to Miss Shirley. That's so nice of you. You're not too old for a balloon. You're just right. You don't want to be interviewed. I'm not interviewed. You want? Would you say you want 5 balloons? A pink one? I don't know if we have pink ones.
Hey fans, and Clock Culture here. Let's fill you in on some Country League scores from around the country. Games currently in progress. Top of the 4th is Midway leading Shopper 3-1. Bottom of the 5th in Sussex County trailing at home to Florence. The Eagles on top 3-2. That's at the bottom of the 5th. Top of the 5th in Tri-Cities. They're at home with a 6-4 lead over Quebec. 18-6 apiece. The Wild Things are hosting down east, and Washington is trailing bottom of the 5th action there at 2-1. In Avon, Ohio, the Lake Erie Crushers, they lost to the Mississippi Mud Monsters 10-4 earlier today. Another final from out east is as Windy City picks up an 8-4 win in New York over the Boulders. Another final high-scoring contest, and it was Ottawa, the Titans, picking up a 9-8 victory over the Rocks. These are all of the Frontier League games currently in progress. Let's check out the Major League Baseball scoreboard on this Wednesday, August 5th, year of our Lord 2026. Games currently in progress. The St. Louis Cardinals and Yankees, they were delayed by rain, but now they're underway. Top of the second and scoreless. Bottom of the seventh at Baltimore with the homestanding Orioles with a 3-2 lead over the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Bottom of the sixth inning in Cleveland, the visiting New York Mets with a 4-3 lead over the Guardians at Progressive Field. They're stretching in Cincinnati. The Reds on top of the Athletics, 3-2 in a interleague series that gives us an opportunity to flash back to the 1970s and a couple of World Series played between those two teams. Bottom of the sixth inning, the Philadelphia Phillies. Don Mattingly there on top of the Washington Nationals at Citizens Bank Park. It's 2-1. Colson Montgomery, the Holland, Indiana native from Du Bois County, and playing for the White Sox, and they trail in Boston against the Red Sox, who continue to be red hot, 29-5 over their last 34 games. The Red Sox on top 2-0. That's in the top of the fifth inning. Down in Atlanta, and Evansville native Brandon Gaudin is calling a 4-1 game right now for Braves. They're hosting the Marlins. Again, bottom of the fifth action there. Minnesota Twins through 3.5. They're on top of the homestanding Kansas City Royals, 1-0. Bottom of the fourth inning, the Milwaukee Brewers. They're in first place in the National League Central. They are scoreless with the Pittsburgh Pirates at ballpark up in Milwaukee. Later games this evening, that'll start well after our game. Coming up in game 2 of this doubleheader at Boston Field, we have the San Diego Padres visiting the Arizona Diamondbacks. And the Detroit Tigers, they're out west in Seattle to take on the Mariners. Finals from earlier today in Major League Baseball, the Toronto Blue Jays in 10th inning winning on the road in Houston 5-4 over the Astros. The Chicago Cubs, they complete a sweep of the Los Angeles Dodgers at Wrigley Field. The Cubs winning 7-6. The Texas Rangers shutting down San Francisco and Arlington in a 6-0 victory over the Giants. The Rays shutting out and shut out the Rockies in Colorado Coors Field, with Tampa Bay winning 4-0. That's the Major League Baseball scoreboard and preseason at the Frontier League scoreboard. For more Frontier League information, transactions, standings, and schedules, go to frontierleague.com. reminder, fans, our concession stands, the beer truck, the Otterston Team Store, all of those entities, they are open. It's pretzels, Lick's Deli Ice Cream Chill Zones. We still have roughly 13 minutes before first pitch of Game 2 of our doubleheader this evening between the Joliet Slammers and the Evansville Otters. Otters winning Game 1 of this doubleheader. Earlier this evening, get an opportunity to welcome our group outings here on Country Night 2.0. Don't forget to take advantage of the 50% off boneless wings. And there's still time to sign up for the Co Wetzel ticket giveaway. I believe that's coming up at the first couple of innings of Game 2 of our doubleheader. Our friends from Centerpoint are in section 17, group of 15. It's great to have Centerpoint with us. They've been a long-time partner of Evansville Otters baseball. Magna Properties, they're in section 19. Group there from Magna Properties. Great to have you with us. And ABC Supply. ABC Supply, they are at right field. Watching Evansville Otters baseball. Pretty sure I still have an ABC Supply AJ Foyt racing shirt that I wore to the Indianapolis 500 one year when ABC Supply was with the Foyt racing team in the IndyCar Series. Great to have ABC Supply here at Bossy Field, a group of around 50. Fans, don't miss your chance to win 2 tickets to see Co Wetzel at Ford Center this Friday. Visit the spin wheel, table outside the main tunnel, on the outer concourse to enter. 1 lucky fan will be selected at the end of the second inning of game number 2. And you must be present to claim your prize. Good luck. again, thanks for being here. 23 down Hackley Way, across the field. Tonight's doubleheader coming up, game number 2. First pitch time in about 5 minutes. Let's briefly touch on the starting lineups for the second game of this doubleheader. First for this team, Joliet.
We are back at EVSC's historic Bossy Field. Take a look at the uniform changes. The Otters are wearing the Eville jerseys. On the other side, Joliet finally wearing something other than the orange jerseys. They're wearing the grays with the green hat. We're starting in about 5 minutes. Again, right into it here in Game 2. The Otters won 8-3 in Game 1. For those of you who missed out on Game 1, hi everybody, my name's Evan Patoka. It was a good one for the Otters. They ended up getting 14 hits, 8 runs across. They won 8-3. They scored in every offensive frame, all 6 of them. 1 in the first, 1 in the second, 3 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, 1 in the sixth. And ended up winning by a final score of 8-3. Let's take a look at the umpire changes. Nicholas Reynolds is now behind the plate calling the balls and strikes with Blake McKnight at first, the crew chief, and Bryce Aubart at third. Aubart was the home plate umpire in the first game of the doubleheader. Otters now over 500 in doubleheader games as they rise to 43-30. Now looking to sweep the doubleheader and take the lead in the series here, 2-1. It will be a good one here in Game 2. The starters, we originally did not know the starters up until about 25-30 minutes ago. It is Chase Cribble starting for the Otters. His first start of his pro career, and he's facing off against Max Martzolf. So it will be a couple of bullpen games, one on each side for Game 2 of the doubleheader. But we'll take a look firstly at the Joliet lineup. Ian Battipaglia is leading off again. Patrick Ward behind him batting second. That's no different, but batting third is Jackson Valera. In the cleanup spot is Blake Berry in right field. Jackson Beeman's in batting fifth in left field. Cam Sudo, after coming in off the bench in Game 1, is starting at first base here in Game 2. Tyler Cerny batting seventh at second base. Ivan Dahlberg getting his first bit of action in the series doing the catching. And Caden Morton in center field batting ninth. Now we'll take a look at the defense for the Otters. It is LG Castillo in left field with John Ponder in center. Sam Linscott in right field. Blake Barthol is at third with TJ Salvaggio at short. Amani Jones is at second base yet again. Blake Robertson also at first for the second straight game. Mark Black is doing the catching for Chase Cribble. Cribble, 7.71 ERA in 7 innings, but he's coming off of 6 straight scoreless outings. He's not given up an earned run since July 10th against Sussex County. He gave up all 6 of his earned runs in that outing. But since then has been very good, and he has been chosen to get the start today in Game 2. This is the first start of Cribble's pro career, so a little bit of a milestone for Cribbles. Hopefully he pitches well. Just going to need a couple innings out of him. Then we'll most likely just go to the rest of the bullpen. But for now, it's Battipaglia leading off. Then Ward and Valera here as we start Game 2 with some speed. 7:55 first pitch. Going to start a little early. Got everything ready relatively quick and time called. Now we are ready to go here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Hopefully the Otters play like they did in Game 1. Colby Morris ended up throwing a complete game, a 7-inning complete game. Got the win, his third straight win, and his third professional win. He went 7 innings, 10 hits, 3 earned runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts. It's a very good outing for Morris yet again, and definitely deserved the victory there. 2-0 against Battipaglia. So both starters lefty coming out of the pen first. 2-0 will miss outside, and it's ball 3. Battipaglia in Game 1 went 2 for 3, drove in a run. One of the 3 players with a multi-hit game for Joliet. Joliet got a lot of hits, but didn't really bring many of them across. And also the 4 double plays were a big issue for them as well. 3-1 for Cribble to Battipaglia. High fly ball off to the right side, foul, and it's 3-2.
An overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best and never regret it.
Payoff here from Cribble. Outside, and that's ball 4. Battipaglia leads off game 2 with a walk. First walk issued by Cribble today. And Battipaglia will reach to start the first.
Batting second, third baseman, Patrick Ward.
Well, Battipaglia reached twice in the first game and didn't even attempt a stolen base, was involved in a couple of double plays, one of them grounded into by Patrick Ward. As Ward finished earlier today, 1 for 3. Runner goes though on the first pitch, throw to second is going to get into center field. Battipaglia will head for third and get there easily. As the throw a little bit wide of Amani Jones at second base, Battipaglia finds his way to third, 90 feet away, for bringing in the first run of the day for Joliet. So after no errors in game 1, already an error for Mark Black here in game 2. Patrick Ward a chance to bring in the first run of the day, or of the game for Joliet. They scored in the first inning in game 1 and ended up losing, so just the one run won't matter all too much, hopefully. 0-1 a little outside. Still only 2 lefties in the lineup for Joliet. Blake Berry, Ivan Dahlberg. Called a strike, and it's 1-2. Cribble played this season at Pittsburgh, the Panthers. He had a 5.71 ERA and 17 1/3, 19 scoreless outings, including 10 straight from late March to late April. Before that, he was with Florida Gulf Coast for 3 years. That one misses high for ball 2. Patrick Ward did extend his hitting streak in game 1. Now it's 16 games. 2-2 grounder over to second base. Monty Jones will throw to first in time for out number 1 as Battipaglia will come home from third. The RBI ground out for Ward will put Joliet up 1-0 in the first inning.
Batting third, designated hitter 14, Jackson Valera.
Base is empty, 1 out, 1 run already in for Joliet, and that'll bring up Jackson Valera for the first time in game 2. First pitch just misses outside for ball 1. Valera in game 1 went 2 for 3, drove in a run. That's called a strike. So Joliet gets a run across without getting a base hit. 1 run and no hits. 1-1 from Cribble. That is a base hit into right field. And Valera keeps up the good hitting. Now has a hit in 7 straight games. That's his single the other way. Puts him on first with 1 out now for Blake Berry. First lefty-lefty matchup for Cribble today. First pitch is fouled away. That was the first hit of game 2 for Joliet, going to the guy who leads the team in average right now. First time in a while that Valera's led the team in batting average. 0-1 is called a strike, and it's 0-2. Berry went 1 for 3, scored a run in his first game of the doubleheader. In right field yet again here for game 2. 0-2 is ripped into right field for a base hit. And back-to-back singles have runners at first and second with one out. Now for Jackson Beeman. Max Peterson already coming out for a mound visit after giving up those back-to-back hits. And Joliet already has a run across here, but now in danger of bringing in more is Evansville. Bit of a short mound visit for Max Peterson. Said a few words and left, and Mark Black staying. Give him a little bit more words of wisdom as the fifth hitter, Jackson Beeman, comes up to the plate for the first time in game 2. Well, Beeman with runners in scoring position this season, at least coming into today. 242 average, 8 for 33. Does have 3 homers, though, of his 13. Coming into today, Beeman's 39 hits, a third of them have been homers. 39 hits, 13 homers, but he did get 2 hits in game 1, so that no longer kind of matches up. Neither of those hits were home runs. 0-1 is just outside for a 1-1 count now to Beeman. Beeman was with Missouri State this season. Before that, he was with Mizzou for 3 seasons, then Iowa, the Hawkeyes. That is called a strike, and it's 1-2. Beeman, when he went to Iowa, he chose Iowa over a lot of different schools: Jacksonville State, Baylor, Florida Gulf Coast, Southern Illinois, App State, Kansas. Last year for Iowa, he hit 234 in 37 games. That just misses outside, and it's 2-2. Now, Beeman ended up having 2 redshirt seasons, redshirted in 2021, his freshman year, but then had a knee injury in 2023 that took him out, had a medical redshirt there. So that one's popped up, right, left side of the infield. Salvaggio will make the catch as the infield fly rule in effect, and that is out number 2. First at bat of the series for Cam Pseudo.
The first base, 22 Cam Pseudo.
Pseudo came in as a defensive replacement in game 1 after Patrick Ward came in to pitch. First pitch from Cribble is just outside. Makes it 1-0. Pseudo was with the California Winter League this season before coming to Joliet, and he's hitting the ball pretty well, just hitting a tad under 300 now in his 69th game. That is called a strike, and it's 1-1. So far this season against the Otters, he's hitting 1 for 15. His one hit was a double. He also has 4 walks and 6 strikeouts. A little low, and it's 2-1. One run, 2 hits here in the first inning for Joliet. The 2-1 from Cribble. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Pseudo, 23 years old. He's from Marietta, Georgia. First professional season after last year he was with Kennesaw State. Two ripped a single into left field. Stopping at third is Valera as the bases are now loaded. 3 singles here in the first inning. Puts Valera on third with Barry on second. Now Sudo on first for Tyler Cerny as Joliet has a chance to put up a crooked number here in the first inning against Cribble. Still, though, only the 1-run crossing. First pitch to Cerny is called a strike, and it's 0-1. Cerny in game 1 ended up finishing 0 for 3 with a strikeout. That's going to get past Mark Black. A run will come in. Valera will score, and that will make it 2-0. As the wild pitch puts Joliet up 2 and advances both runners to second and third. Cerny 12 RBIs this season. Only has 2 in his last 5 games. That was back on the 30th against Florence. He hit a 2-run double. Fouled back, and it's 1-2. So now Barry on third, Sudo on second. 2 runs in on 3 hits for Joliet in the first inning. A little outside, it's ball 2. The Otters, how the offense has been going today for Evansville. Definitely a chance to get the lead back, possibly tie the game, as the foul ball is going to remain things at 2-2. Almost got caught by Mark Black, but gets off the mask. Cerny with runners in scoring position this season, hitting .220, 9 for 41. Another one fouled, this time off himself, and it'll remain at 2-2. Otters still have yet to hit for the first time in game 2, so opportunity to get a couple runs across in the bottom of the first inning. That's ripped foul. Went off the tarp. Got way out in front of that one. It'll remain at 2-2. Long innings so far for Cribble. This is pitch number 31. Another 2-2 to Cerny. High fly ball into center field, right center field, moving over there, and making the catch is Ponder, right in front of Lynn Scott for out number 3. 2 runs come in for Joliet on the wild pitch, and the RBI single for Jackson Valera. We will head to the bottom of the first, 2-0 Joliet on the Otters Digital Network.
Good thing we have bigger animals and escape kids too. We got Zebra B. Bentley and the Otters. Easton, whoever gets the most animals wins a pair of tickets for Mesker Park Zoo and Botanic Gardens. Regulars, are you ready? Set, go! Zebra down. They really want those things. Oh, this will be close. All right, let's get them counted. Seven. It's a tie. Good job, guys.
Technical 8th inning brought to you by McMahon Exterminating. Remember, who can help with all your pest control needs, McMahon can. Mesker Park Zoo, of course, part of the first inning festivities. Visit the Mesker Park Zoo at 1545 Mesker Park Drive in Evansville, Indiana. It is Max Martinsolf pitching. And the start today in game 2 for Joliet. Let's take a look at the Otters lineup. John Ponder, Monty Jones, the top two yet again, with Marcos Gonzalez hitting third. He's DHing today in game two. Blake Robertson at first base in the cleanup spot. LG Castillo's in left field batting fifth. Sam Linscott's in right field batting sixth. Mark Black doing the catching batting seventh. Blake Barthol at third batting eighth. And TJ Salvaggio batting ninth.
Leadoff batter of the game, the center fielder, number 3, John Ponder.
Mart Zolf has a 5.32 ERA in 44 innings. Threw 2 innings against New York on the second and gave up 2 earned runs, 5 hits, but still earned the win. He's at a 6-2 record this season. First pitch will miss outside for ball 1. Ponder in game 1 ended up finishing 1 for 4 with a strikeout. Marzolf has faced the Otters 1 time this season. Through 2/3 of an inning, scoreless back on June 24th. Spent the first part of the season with Ottawa. 2-0 will miss outside for ball 3. He has 10 scoreless outings, 21 walks compared to 25 strikeouts. He's given up 6 homers and 54 overall hits. But still has managed to pick up a lot of victories, but that's a 4-pitch walk to Ponder to lead off the bottom of the first inning.
At Sidewalk Cafe and Bar. Batting second, the second baseman, number 12, Amani Jones.
And on first, nobody out, Amani Jones will stand in. Homered in his first at-bat in game 1. Overall, finished 2 for 4 with a run driven in. A couple of runs scored as the first pitch is called a strike. Art Zolf was teammates with Patrick Ward at FAU last season. He's also teammates with Nolan Shanuel at FAU back in 2023. Spent his entire collegiate career with Florida Atlantic. One other guy's coming from Florida Atlantic as that one hits the zone for strike 2. Got traded to Joliet on June 9th for a player to be named later from Ottawa. Throw back to first is not in time. Ponder leads the team 27 stolen bases, but did get caught stealing in game 1. Oh, 2. Just outside. And that is ball 1. So Battipaglia led off the top of the first with a walk. Ponder leads off the bottom half with a walk of his own. Monty Jones a chance to maybe hit another home run here and tie the game up. Never know. There's a fly ball into right field. Running after it is Barry, and that will fall foul into the Otters bullpen. Barzolf, 23 years old. He's from Port St. Lucie, Florida. Florida Atlantic last season, he had a 4.6 ERA, 15 2/3 innings. He had overall 77 pitching appearances, which is 7th in FAU's program history. Fouled away. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
That overhead foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Now Monty Jones staying alive here. Another 1-2 from Martzolf. Ripped into left field for a base hit. 101 off the bat. Amani Jones gets a base hit. Continues his hot hitting as Ponder will head to second base. And Marcos Gonzalez up here with 2 on and nobody out.
Batting third, the designated hitter, number 2, Marcos Gonzalez.
Otters looking to score in their 7th straight inning, which I think is already a season high with it being 6 innings. First pitch will miss for ball 1. Gonzalez 3 for 4 in game 1. Had a good day so far. Can make it even better today in game 2. There's a grounder into left field for a base hit. Here comes Amani Jones from third. Throw to the plate is not in time. Marcos Gonzalez continues his hot hitting, and the Otters are on the board. It's 2-1. Three straight reach to start the bottom of the first, and that'll bring up Blake Robertson.
The first baseman, number 31, Blake Robertson.
Robertson drove in 4 runs in game 1. Had a fantastic day offensively. 3 for 4. Hit a homer, hit a single, hit a double. Offense is doing well. Here to start game 2. First pitch called a strike. So already a run given up by Martzolf after Joliet scored 2 in the top of the first inning. Still nobody out. 0-1. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball, and it's 0-2. Robertson will call his hitter's timeout. LG Castillo on deck. Didn't play in game 1. So Robertson up to 30 RBIs after game 1 as that one misses low and away. Slider goes a little too far to the right side, and it's 1-2. Jones at second, Gonzalez at first. Nobody out. 2-1 Joliet. 1-2. Grounder up the middle. Over to Battipaglia. He'll toss a second for 1 on to first, and it's a double play. As Robertson grounds into the 6-4-3. Went between the legs of Martzolf, but Battipaglia still able to corral it and get 2.
Batting fifth, the left fielder, number 6, LG Castillo.
A lot of double plays in today's festivities. LG Castillo tying run on third here with 2 outs. Castillo, a very good 2-out hitter. First pitch he'll take, called strike 1. Castillo leads the team in 2-out RBIs with 23. And overall has 44. That's a base hit into right field, and we are tied up at 2. LG Castillo goes the other way, and he brings in the second run. Makes it a 2-2 ball game in the first inning. All he needed to do is send it in between the big gap between first and second. Did exactly that. And the Otters again respond after Joliet scores 2 with 2 of their own in the bottom half. Sam Linscott, first at-bat of game 2. Finished 1 for 2 with an RBI single in game 1. First pitch called a strike. That's RBI number 45 for LG, 24th with 2 outs. As that one's off the end of the bat over to second base. Going to be a race. It's bobbled at second by Cerny. Castillo's going to take third. Heads up base running for LG Castillo as he takes the extra base after the bobble by Cerny. Now a chance for the Otters to take the lead here with Mark Black. Mark Black didn't play in game 1. 0 for 3 yesterday with a walk and a strikeout in his 100th professional game. Now in game 101. Has Castillo on third with Linscott at first after his infield single. First pitch from Martzolf is a grounder. That's going to get stopped. Throw to first is not in time. Infield single for Mark Black. Castillo comes in to score, and the Otters have a 3-2 lead in the first inning. It was a great diving play at third from Ward, but he couldn't get it to first in time as Mark Black barely beats it out. RBI number 20 of the season for Mark Black, and the Otters score 3 in the bottom of the first. They have their first lead of Game 2. Blake Barthol, a lefty-lefty here against Martzolf. Second game with the Otters. Recent signing, signed yesterday. Didn't play in Game 1, but had a very good first game of his season with Evansville. Went 2 for 4, hit a 2-run double. Now has 2 on with 2 outs. Called a strike. It's 1-1. Barthol was with Milwaukee in the American Association. He was also with Gary. He didn't play a game with Gary, but he was on the team for a little bit before getting released. There's a blooper into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Stop sign at third for Linscott. And that is another base hit, another single for the Otters as Barthol has his third hit in his first 5 ABs with the Otters. Six hits in the first inning for Evansville as the offense from Game 1 definitely showing itself in Game 2 against Martzolf as he is having a very long first inning. Mound visit as Tyler Martin comes out along with the entire infield to see how to deal with Salvaggio. He does have a homer already today. Back in Game 1, hit a solo shot to make it 7-3. That was his 10th of the year. Also hit a double. Ended up going 2 for 3 with 2 extra base hits. We've seen 2 grand slams for the Otters this season. One from Cohen Wilbanks on June 26th against Florence. One from Sam Linscott on June 30th against Washington. Salvaggio already hit his 10th homer. Long mound visit is done, and Salvaggio will take his first AB here with the bases loaded and 2 outs. First pitch from Martzolf is going to hit the zone for strike 1. Paints the corner there. A 1 pitch. Fouled away on the slider, and it's 0-2.
The number hit foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
So Salvaggio quickly down 0-2 in the count here. Martzolf kicks and fires the 0-2. Inside, and that's ball 1. Salvaggio with 2 outs in the inning has driven in 15 runs this season. 1-2. Fouled away, and Salvaggio stays alive. 2 outs, runners in scoring position. TJ's hitting .257 for 28. As a homer, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. If he reaches, the Otters will have officially batted around in the first inning. This is the 9th Otter to hit in the first inning. 1-2. Line right at third and caught by Ward for out number 3. Well, the Otters respond. They give up 2 in the top of the first. They get 3 in the bottom as they lead it 3-2, heading to the second inning on the Otters Digital Network.
Time for the dance cam. We need everybody to get up and show us those dance moves as we are excited to be here on a Wednesday night, second game of the doubleheader. Let's get to dancing. What they're doing Gangnam Style. Remember that? I don't think those kids doing Gangnam Style were even alive when Gangnam Style was going on. It was like 2012. I was still in college. Now Evan tells me it was 2016. I don't think it was that recent. There's no way. Pretty sure it's 2012. I don't know what that dance move is, to be honest with you. It's called the scuba. No one's doing the Macarena. Do we not remember the 90s? This has been the Mesker Park Zoo at Botanical Gardens first inning. This is Mesker Park Zoo at 1525 Mesker Park Drive in Evansville.
Top of the second inning, Chase Cribble out there. He gave up 2 runs in the first inning, but is pitching with a lead because the Otters offense has been phenomenal today. 3 runs on 6 hits. So then they now lead it 3-2. Ivan Dahlberg leads it off in the second inning for Joliet. It's Dahlberg, then Morton, and then the top of the lineup in Battipaglia. Already a lot of offense in game 2. 9 hits through the first inning. First pitch is called a strike to Dahlberg, getting his first bit of playing time in this series. He's hitting .250, now in his 14th game. 2 doubles, 3 RBIs, 8 walks, 9 strikeouts. His last game was on the 1st against New York. That's called strike 2. 2 for 4 back on the 1st. Hit a double, drove in 2 runs. Oh, 2. Grounder to second. Amani Jones will throw on to first in time, and that's out number 1. First out recorded, and that'll bring up the number 9 hitter, Caden Morton. Morton came in as a pinch hitter in yesterday's game. Ended up pinch hitting for Chris Davis. Sounds like the bat broke. Fly ball into right center field. John Ponders there, and he'll make the catch for out number 2. Sounded like the bat broke, so we'll do the read. Get your lumber, Niehaus Lumber. Broken bats, of course, brought to you by Niehaus Lumber. Morton is out number 2. Back to the top of the order for Ian Battipaglia. Battipaglia led off the first inning with a walk and came around to score. Tried to steal second, succeeded, ended up advancing to third on the air throw by Mark Black. First pitch called a strike. Paints the edge there, Cribble. Looking for a 1-2-3 second inning. Oh, 1 is just low. Oh, 1 will miss. Or 1-1 will miss, makes it 2-1. Patapaglia will call his hitter's timeout. He extended his hitting streak to 11 games after going 2 for 3 in game 1. It's the only walk issued by Cribble so far today. Also keeping a really steady on base streak as well as he swings and misses, and it's 2-2. Battipaglia from Cheshire, Connecticut, 25 years old. He's with Franklin Pierce for 5 seasons collegiately. 2-2. That just misses low, and it's ball 3. Walk would put Battipaglia on yet again with 2 outs for Patrick Ward. Payoff pitch from Cribble. That is just going to miss outside for ball 4, and Battipaglia walks for the second time.
Third baseman 1, Patrick Ward.
So both walks given up by Cribble have gone to Battipaglia. Luckily, this walk came with 2 outs, so still a chance for a scoreless second for Cribble. But Battipaglia did end up stealing his 38th base in his last at bat after reaching on the walk. First pitch is popped up foul. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it. Nolan Thebe's getting warm in the bullpen. He's the usual guy in long relief, so maybe Cribble will go 2, and then Thebe will go 2 or 3 more innings. Just keep the line moving up until the 7th. Little low, and it's 1-1. Ward grounded out to second, but it brought in a run, so he's got an RBI on the day. You're in game 2 now. Still trying to extend that hit streak to 17 games. That's ripped at second base. Monty Jones bobbles it, will recover. Throw to first is in time, and that is out number 3. So back-to-back grounders to second for Ward. And Chase Cribble throws a scoreless top of the second. We'll head to the bottom half. 3-2 Evansville on the Otters Digital Network.
Otters fans, it's time for our Disney bat race. We've got Henry in the IU shirt. We've got Theo in the table. They're going to spin around the bat 10 times. Race to the honor bells there by the camera. Whoever wins gets bragging rights as the superior sibling. No stress. You guys ready? Set, go. Spin fast, spin fast. Oh, we almost lost one. Oh, it's gonna be close. Oh, Henry gets it. I'm sorry, Theo got it. Henry took him out. Typical IU. D-Bet is Evansville's premier, locally owned indoor baseball and softball training facility. Experience top-notch.
Bottom of the second inning, Otters still up 3-2.
Fast pitch and slow pitch
As
softball.
Cribble walked Battipaglia, but still managed to throw a scoreless second inning, keeping the Otters up ahead by 1. Top of the lineup leading off again here as all 9 hitters came to the plate in the first inning. 3 runs came in on 6 hits. So it's Ponder, it's Jones, it's Gonzalez leading off for the second straight frame. Max Martzolf out there for another inning after having a little bit of a rough time in the first, giving up those 3 runs. Ponder walked to lead off that first inning and came around to score one of the 3 runs. Scored on the single by Marcos Gonzalez. Well, nobody warming in Joliet's bullpen. First pitch is called a strike. We saw 3 homers in game 1. We'll see a couple more here in game 2, hopefully. That one's outside. Ponder, his last homer was on July 18th. That's the last homer for 3 guys, Ponder, Gonzalez, and Linscott, as That was a pretty good game against Windy City at home. There's a fly ball into left field. Under it is Beeman, and he will make the catch for out number 1. Martzolf, his first collegiate season was last year after his first pro season was last year after his last year at FAU, and that was with the New Jersey Jackals. He had a 3.86 ERA in 28 innings. He was the Frontier League Pitcher of the Week in late August of last year. So that one was inside for ball 1. Finished with 12 walks, 24 strikeouts, and then signed with Ottawa for this year before getting traded to Joliet. So this is already his 3rd Frontier League team in less than 2 seasons. 1-1 to Jones. Grounder up the middle. That one's going to get into center field for a base hit. Amani Jones 2 for 2 in the first 2 innings. So 2 multi-hit games in one day for Amani Jones as he's hitting the ball very well. He's up to 23 multi-hit games, and Marcos Gonzalez can do the same here if he gets a base hit. Gonzalez hit a single, drove in Ponder. Ended up getting involved in the 6-4-3 double play, grounded into by Robertson. Called a strike, and it's 0-1. So Monty Jones now has 3 straight multi-hit games, all of them in this series. Little high, and it's 1-1. Between Florida Atlantic and New Jersey last season, Martzolf played in the Perfect Game Collegiate League for the Boonville Lumberjacks. 1.29 ERA in 14 innings. There's a fly ball to right center field. Going back on it and making the catch is Blake Berry near the track for out number 2. So heading back to first is Jones. They gave that ball a good ride, but not far enough the other way, as that'll bring up Blake Robertson. Lefty again against Martzolf. First pitch is called a strike. Monty Jones, not necessarily a big stolen base threat over at first. 2 for 6. He's been caught a decent amount. Throw back to first, not in time. Pseudo tried to sell it over there, but to no avail. Another throw back. Another one not in time. Pseudo, a rare righty hitter and lefty thrower. You don't see too many of those. That's why he's able to play first base, though, as a righty hitter. It's a little bit of a weird skill set. High and inside, as Robertson has to duck out of the way of that one. Makes it 1-1. Martzolf ended up getting traded from New Jersey to Ottawa on November 16th of last year, along with Consta Carica for 3 players, Billy Doobie, Mac Lardner, and Luke Powell. It was a pretty big offseason move that sent Martzolf and Carica to Ottawa. Another one inside. It's 2-1. Last outing with Ottawa was on June 5th against Tri-City. So he's been here a good couple months now. Grounder to second, throw to first from Cerny is in time, and that's out number 3. So both pitchers, after giving up a couple runs in the first inning, throw scoreless seconds. As we'll head to the third, 3-2 Evansville on the Otters Digital Network.
All right, but it is time to announce the winner of the Waxel ticket giveaway. We've got Taylor gonna draw it out of here. I know the lighting is bad. I can't see anything. So read it. I can't read. I It's not on the big screen. She's zooming on the cup. All right, here we go. 3, 5, no. 3, 1, 2, 7, 5, 3, 3. Man, where are my readers? Are you sure? I barely even got that out. Let's see. We got to match it up down here. There you go. We should have Zane read it. He's in a well-lit room.
While we figure out the ticket number, just a reminder that the Otters are back in the ballpark for Latin Heritage Night. Many maracas will be given away to the first 500 fans through the gates. Plus, enjoy Thirsty Thursday deals, including $3.16-ounce drafts and $6.32-ounce drafts all night long on social media pages. For more information, tickets still available by going to EvansvilleOtters.com or call my good buddy Devin. Devin will hook you up with some really great tickets at a nice, convenient price. 812-435-8686 during normal business hours.
Frontier League Network, powered by HTN, is the exclusive home of every Frontier League game this year. Head to EvansvilleOtters.com to sign up today and get a front row seat for every Otters game this year. Only on Home Team Network, HTN. You can see it. For people watching on Home Team Network, you can see that HTN on the bottom right of your screen. And it's the Home Team Network. Nolan Thebe's into the game. Chase Cribble finishes with 2 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 walks, no strikeouts. Nolan Thebe coming in to try and get some long relief out of the way, keep the Otters with a 1-run lead, possibly more depending on what the offense does. First pitch to Valera is low for ball 1. Pitched yesterday, threw an inning and a third, gave up 2 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk. No strikeouts, has been pitching the ball well ever since he had that rough stretch between July 12th and the 19th. So that one misses a little high for ball 2. "17 scoreless outings, though, so far this season for Thebe. That one is called a strike, and it's 2-1 to Valera. First at bat for Valera, he singled, came around to score, but he singled in Battipaglia. Got himself an RBI. 2-1. Thebe kicks and fires as that one is just inside for ball 3. Thebe 25 walks, 48 strikeouts this season. He comes in relief for Cribble. Bullpen game for both sides here, but it looks like Martzoff might come out for the third. There's nobody warming in the bullpen for Joliet. 3-1 is called. Strike 2. Valera thought that was ball 4, but it just hits the lower half of the zone. And it's a full count, 3-2. Payoff pitch here from Thebe. Ripped into left field for a base hit, and Valera has 2 hits already today. He leads off the third with a hit at 102 off the bat. That is the 4th hit of the day for Joliet here in game 2. First batter reaches here to start the third. Blake Berry up. This is the 5th time now that Thebe has faced off against Joliet. And overall, he's given up the 3 earned runs, but he also has 2 scoreless outings, one on June 23rd and one on July 5th in one of the doubleheader games. First pitch will miss low for ball 1. Two runs, 4 hits now for Joliet. The tying run is now on first with nobody out. A little high, and that's ball 2. Berry hit a single in the first inning off of Cribble. Ended up reaching third, but didn't come around to score. Two-0. That is cranked into right field, but that will go foul. A Barry got all of that one, but fortunately for Evansville, got out in front of it. Fastball at 89, and it's 2-1. But Barry this season does have 12 homers, one behind Jackson Beeman for the most on the team. 2-1. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Now, Joliet grounded into 4 double plays in game 1, which is the most double plays turned by the Otters in a game this season. See if maybe we'll get one here, a 5th today for Joliet. 2-2. Phoebe kicks and fires. Fouled away. So Barry had a bit of a weird lead. Looked like he was about to steal a base. Not the fastest guy ever. He is 34 years old, but he's 2 for 2 on steals so far this season. Barry, not necessarily a youngin' either. He's 28. 2-2. Popped up into left field. That will fall fair and get all the way into the corner. Valera is going to head to third, and it will be a double, a bloop double for Blake Barry. He is now 2 for 2, as now the go-ahead run is in scoring position.
Left fielder 7, Jackson Beeman.
One of those excuse me swings that ends up falling into fair territory. Blake Barry, 20th double of the season. And it's second and third with nobody out. Phoebe's going to have to try and get out of a jam here in the third inning to try and keep the lead intact for Evansville. Beeman is 0 for 1. Flew out to Salvaggio. Could use another one of those and get a big out number 1. First pitch from Phoebe to Beeman is called a strike. Somebody warming now again in the Otters bullpen. It's Alex Valdez out there. Oh, 1 from Phoebe. Inside on the breaking ball. Makes it 1-1. Beeman coming into today. 242 with runners in scoring position. 10 strikeouts, though. That will miss just low, and it's ball 2. Walk would load the bases with nobody out for Pseudo. Two 1. High fly ball into shallow center field. Ponder will run up and make the catch. No tag at third from Valera. He'll stay there. He's tempting Ponder to throw it home. He's not falling for it. That's out number 1, and a big out number 1 for Phoebe, as it will keep both runners at second and third. Cam Pseudo has a base hit already today. He's 1 for 1. It was against Cribble, though, the lefty, now facing a righty in Phoebe. First pitch, a little outside for ball 1. Valera still on third with Barry still on second after his double put 2 in scoring position. Valera representing the tying run. Barry representing the go-ahead. 1-0. Inside, and that is going to hit Pseudo and load the bases. So that one just a little inside, and Pseudo will reach for the second time. Bases are loaded, so there's a forced inning base here for Evansville. Tyler Cerny 0 for 1. He did fly out to center field in his first at-bat, as we'll have a mound visit here between Phoebe and Mark Black. Which means we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Gateway's up 5-1 on Schaumburg. Florence and Sussex tied up 3-3 in the bottom of the ninth. Sussex can walk it off and end Florence's 9-game winning streak. Tri-City's up 7-4 on Quebec. Washington and Down East tied 5-5 in the 8th inning. As Washington looks to take the lead, they have 2 in scoring position with 2 outs. See if Sussex ends up winning that one. If that's the case, the Otters at least will tie in second place with Florence, no matter the outcome of this game. First pitch to Cerny is called a strike. Cerny with the bases loaded is hitting .250, 1 for 4. He hasn't gotten too many at-bats with the bases loaded this season. Another opportunity here to get some runs across for Joliet. There's a grounder to short. Toss to second for 1. On to first. And it's a double play. An escape act for Nolan Thebe keeps the Otters in front 3-2. And another double play ends a threat for Joliet as we head to the bottom of the third. Otters still up 3-2 on the Otters Digital Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please welcome to the field your Southwest Graphics, Evansville Otterville.
Third inning, again, brought to you by Precision Pest and Wildlife. Every great team brings precision to the field. We bring it to your home and business. Call 812-993-3341 or visit precisionpestwildlife.com. Let's elevate the standard together. So Nolan Thebe had 2 on, second and third with nobody out, and somehow, some way got out of it. He got Beeman to fly out to center field, shallow enough to not score Valera from third. Hit Pseudo with a pitch, and it ended up working in his favor as the 6-4-3 double play kept a 0 on the board in the top of the third inning. And now the Otters a chance to extend their lead. It's LG Castillo leading it off with Lynn Scott behind him and Mark Black. All 3 of these guys got base hits in the first inning against Mart Zolf, who's still out there. Castillo's single brought in a run, scored Amani Jones. First pitch called a strike. The 2025, the best season collegiately for Mart Zolf is 2024. He had a 7 ERA in 21 innings. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. 2023 had an 8.44 ERA, 10 2/3, and then a 5.91 his freshman year with FAU in 32 innings. So overall, just been out of the bullpen. It hasn't gotten too much playing time, just a lot of very short outings out of the pen for the Owls. Is now making a start. Did start a game last season, though, with New Jersey. It was his first start or his 5th start since 2022. That one's up the middle and into center field. 103 off the bat of Castillo, and he's 2 for 2 today. Leads off the third with a single, and that'll bring up Sam Linscott. Good opportunity for Sussex to walk it off. They have 2 on with nobody out in the 9th inning. both scores hold, the Otters will be a game ahead of Florence now in second place. Bunt show dropped down the third base line, but foul. And Castillo will have to head back to first. Linscott back to the dish. He hit a single in the first inning. Ended up advancing to third, but didn't come around to score. Helped Mark Black bring in a run though in the next at bat. That's the 8th hit, by the way. That single for Castillo, the 8th hit of the day for Evansville. Oh, 1. Blooper into center field. Coming after it is Beeman. That'll drop in for a base hit as Castillo will head to second base. Now both Castillo and Linscott 2 for 2. 9 hits for the Otters through just 2 innings, and all of them have been singles. 9 singles. Mark Black most likely going to show bunt here. Infield knows it, shows it, drops it down the third base line, but foul. That almost came in and hit him. Makes it 0-1 though, as that one just left of the white line. Mark Black drove in a run with a base hit in his first at bat. It was 4 straight hits, Castillo to Barthol. And Barthol's on deck. Mark Black trying to put him in a good scenario to drive in a run. Or 2. But showed again the 0-1. Pulls it back as it's high. Called ball 1. Valdez out there in the bullpen still for Joliet. Nobody, nothing. No movement at all. Everybody's still just sitting there. Bunt most likely getting shown again here for Mark Black. There it is. Pops it up. Goes foul, and it's 1-2. So now decision time. Does Mark Black bunt here with 2 strikes, or does he just swing away and hope he gets something? Maybe a second hit for him. Mark Black does have 7 multi-hit games this season. Already has 1. 1-2. He does show bunt, and he fouls it back, which is going to be strike 3. And a first strikeout of the day for Martzolf. That's out number 1. And that'll bring up Blake Barthol.
The third baseman, number 8, Blake Barthol.
Barthol's off to a great start for his Otters career. 3 for his first 5, including a single back in the first inning as part of the hit parade there. First pitch just misses outside, and that's ball 1. One-0. Fouled away. Well, Barthol in 2 games with Evansville already has more hits than he did in 8 games with Milwaukee. Went 2 for 23 in Milwaukee with the Milkmen, but now 3 for 5 here. Shows you that maybe a new scenery will help Barthol out in his offense. So far, it's been doing well. Grounder over to first. That's a fair ball. No play at second. Tagging the bag is Pseudo, and that's out number 2. So technical bunt as both runners will advance to second and third. And that'll bring up TJ Salvaggio.
The shortstop, number 19, TJ Salvaggio.
Well, Salvaggio already extended his team high RBI total to 52 back in game 1. He had a chance to, and he got a good hard hit ball, but it went right to Ward at third base. That ended the first inning. Chance to redeem himself here. Fouls one back, and it's 0-1. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
By Heads Construction. Oh, yeah. Choose the best and never regret
We
it.
got an oh yeah, huh? Took a while. 0-1. Martzolf kicks and fires the 0-1. Swing and a miss at the high fastball. It's 0-2. Salvaggio will call his hitter's timeout. Castillo on third, Lynn Scott on second. Otters trying to extend their 3-2 lead here in the bottom of the third inning. Before Thebe possibly comes out for another inning, or maybe it's Valdez. High fly ball into center field. Morton going back, and he will make the catch, backing up to the fence for out number 3. Another hard hit ball for Salvaggio that just doesn't go his way. As the F8 ends the third inning, we'll head to the fourth. Otters up 3-2 on the Otters Digital Network.
Over here in section N, if you ever walk by here, you hear a really loud voice yelling all the time. Well, that's Miranda. So we're gonna give her something to do with that big loud mouth, and she's gonna sing. So finish the lyrics, and we'll see how good she does. And if she doesn't know it, Destiny's gonna help her out. So let's put them up on the board. Country, finish the lyric. You ready? Let's go, DJ. Oh, good job. Let's hear it from Miranda. Yay, good job, Miranda. Miss Miranda.
Otters with a call to the bullpen. Alex Valdez in to pitch. Valdez is on the mound. Line behind the plate. It's powered by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East. 2319 North River 12475 9000. Tell them. Sing from the Otters. Sing you.
We have a pitching change yet again for Evansville. Pitching change is brought to you by Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-4759K. Tell them Matthew Will sent you. It is Alex Valdez into the game, the third pitcher into the game. Alex Valdez at a 3.68 ERA in 36 2/3 innings. He's given up 15 earned runs, 10 walks, 29 strikeouts. Pitched in game 1 of the doubleheader on Sunday against Windy City, as that one's called a strike. It's Dahlberg leading it off with Morton behind him, then Battipaglia. They led off the second inning, now leading off the fourth. First bit of action in the bullpen for Joliet. Martzolf gives up 3 runs in the first, but a couple of scoreless frames after that, as Dahlberg foul tips it into the glove of Mark Black for strike 2. Ben Catrombone is the first guy in the pen warming for Joliet in game 2. Outside, and that's ball 1. Valdez is having a very great season. 6 straight scoreless outings coming into today's game. 1-2. Fouled away. Dahlberg grounded out to second base to lead off the second inning. Over to Mr. Amani Jones. 1-2 pitch yet again from Valdez. That's a grounder back to Valdez, as he will flip to first in time for out number 1. First man down in the fourth. That'll bring up Caden Morton. Wonder if this is the earliest we've seen Valdez in a game. We've seen Valdez in the 4th inning ever. It's kind of weird. First pitch, fly ball on the infield. Salvaggio calls off Amani Jones and steps on second while making the catch for out number 2.
Back to the top of the order in our Hoosier lineup.
That'll bring up Ian Battapaglia as the lineup flips over for the 3rd time. Battapaglia is 0 for 0 with 2 walks. Called a strike. It's 0-1. Walked twice against Cribble. First time he stole second, advanced to third on an error, and then came around to score. Second time, didn't make it past first base. A little low on the fastball, and it's 1-1. Otters looking for a doubleheader sweep. Sussex and Florence are in the 10th inning now. That is called a strike. It's 1-2. Valdez looking for a 1-2-3. One pitch away from doing it. 1-2. A little low and away. Valdez has come out of this as one of the most reliable guys out of the pen, but he has struggled a little bit against Joliet this season. He's given up 4 of his 15 earned runs against the Slammers, including 3 2/3 of an inning back on June 24th. There's a base hit into center field, and Battapaglia just cannot get out today as he's reached for the 3rd straight time. That does extend his hitting streak to 12 games. That'll bring up Patrick Ward, who has yet to extend his hitting streak. 0 for 2 so far today. It's at 16 games right now, which is the 2nd highest in the Frontier League. 17 games, though. He would tie Rodriguez if Rodriguez got a hit. Not too sure if he did, though. Actually, Twa is not even playing today. That'll miss. So yeah, if Ward hits a single, he'll actually have the longest hit streak in the Frontier League. Because Rodriguez from Twa is not playing today, so he can't up it to 17. That's low, and it's ball 2. So far today in game 2 for Ward, though, 2 groundouts to Amani Jones at second base. He's 0 for 2. Two-0 pitch is called a strike. Ward pitched as well in game 1 of the doubleheader. Pitched a inning, gave up a solo homer. A double to Blake Robertson, bringing in a run. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. So Ward's ERA for this season is no longer at a 0, unfortunately for him. His ERA is sitting at a 4.5. He's given up 1 earned run in 2 innings. I'm sure that doesn't really mean too much to him, though. His 2A playing days, I guess, never really picked up off the ground. 2-2. Liner to second, and Amani Jones will make the catch for out number 3. 3 straight hits for Ward to Jones. Seems to just love hitting it over to second base. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th. 3-2 Evansville on the Otters Digital Network.
Thanks to our preservers by the river. In the blue, we've got Chris. In the red, we have Ethan. The first one tonight, the other one over is the Super Sumo. Gentlemen, are you ready? Set, Sumo! Oh, they're for real, for real. All blue on top. He is your winner. Told you. Sumo brought to you by Rubbers by the River, saving the flavors of the South. And don't miss their Friday fish fry featuring all you can eat crispy fish, hush puppies, fries, and coleslaw for only $18. Visit them 6 Walnut Street or online at robertsbytheriver.com.
Joliet
Fourth inning is brought to you by Sheet Metal Workers Local 20. For under 38 years, Sheet Metal Workers have led the way in sheet metal industries like heating and air, architectural, industrial, and more. Visit smart20evansville.com for more information. We have a new pitcher into the game for Joliet. Max Martzal finishes with 3 innings, 9 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, 1 strikeout.
The Otters, St. Hubert.
And Ben Catchrombone is into the game as the first guy out of the pen in the bullpen game for Joliet. He has a 4.22 ERA in 32 innings. He's given up 27 hits, 15 earned runs, 18 walks compared to 23 strikeouts, and has given up 6 homers.
For the Evansville Otters with our Edward Jones. Leadoff batter
Well, for the
today,
third
center
time in
fielder,
4 innings,
John
John Ponders leading off an inning. Led off the first with a walk, led off the second with a fly out to left field. See what happens here in the 4th inning. First pitch a little high for ball 1. Catchrombone is 24 years old. He's from Western Springs, Illinois, which is a suburb of Chicago, so area near Joliet. First professional season after spending his last collegiate year with Lewis. Lewis in Romeoville, a little bit north of Joliet. So he spent a lot of time in the area, whether it be his collegiate career or just where he's from in general. Last outing was on the 28th against Florence because he was on the IL. Just got reinstated today. Through 2 1/3 scoreless against Florence back on the 28th. He has 16 scoreless outings. Fastball is called strike 2. By the way, Nolan Thebe finishes his outing with 1 inning, 2 hits, no earned runs. Another scoreless outing for Thebe. Definitely do wonders for the ERA. One-two pitch from Catchrombone. Spikes that one, doesn't make it the full 60 feet 6 inches, and it's 2-2. With Lewis this season, he had a 3.41 ERA, 31 2/3 innings. Didn't pitch too much, but had 11 scoreless outings. Only had 1 game without a strikeout. Ended up finishing 3-2, 19 walks compared to 34 Ks. And he got one there as Ponder strikes out swinging. And that is out number 1.
Second baseman, number 12, Amani Jones.
Amani Jones hit the ball well against Martzal, went 2 for 2. That's where he stands right now. 2 singles scored in the first inning. First pitch from Catchrombone. High fly ball, right side of the infield. Cam Sudo will make the catch, and that's out number 2.
Designated hitter, number 2, Marcos Gonzalez.
Catchrombone getting the first 2 outs with some relative speed as Marcos Gonzalez up for the 3rd time, hit an RBI single in the first inning, flew out to right field in the second. He's 1 for 2 in game 2 of the doubleheader. First pitch misses for ball 1. Florence has taken a 5-3 lead in the 10th inning and are 1 out away from getting their 10th straight win. Swing and a miss. And it's 1-1. Florence just keeps on finding ways to win. Everything's going right for them when it matters most. They've taken over the 2nd spot in the division. Hopefully the Otters can tie things up if they win this game too. That one's high, and it's 2-1. Catron has played for 4 schools in his collegiate career. As that one's a swing and a miss for strike 2. Was with Parkland in 2021. Transferred to Triton for a season. Was with Limestone for 2 years. But then Limestone had to shut down. They literally just shut down after the 2025 school year. And so he was forced to transfer. And he ended up going to Lewis, closer to home, and had a good season there. Ends up getting a pro deal with Joliet. 3-2s. That one's in the dirt. So Florence has officially won their 10th straight game. The Otters need to win this one to tie Florence in the standings. If they lose, they're still going to be a half game back. Payoff pitch from Catron. That is high for ball 4. Good at bat for Marcos as he takes first on the walk. Only the second walk issued by Joliet pitching. The first one led off the bottom of the first to Ponder. That'll bring up Blake Robertson with a runner on first and 2 outs.
First baseman, number 31, Blake Robertson.
Robertson 0 for 2 today. He grounded into a double play and grounded out to second base, but still had that very good first game, and that's hit into deep center field. Going back is Morton, and it is off the wall. Gonzalez is rounding third. Here he comes. He'll score. And Blake Robertson. Oh, it's gone. Everybody thought that was a double. It's a home run. So Robertson, his second homer today. Joliet is very confused as to what's going on. Mike Pinto's out to argue. What's going on? Robertson had a double. The umpires say he hit a homer. And so he rounds the bases. If either way, that run that Gonzalez scores will count. Do we have a replay on that? Nope. Nobody on the field thought that was a homer, except for the umpires. Mike Pinto conversing with Blake McKnight, the crew chief. They're trying to make a full-on decision on if that was a home run or not. Pinto not necessarily too happy with what he's hearing. The umpires will convene. They will convene to talk about what has happened. I think they should, if it is a double, give Gonzalez that run because he would have scored either way. That was a very confusing moment. Not too sure what happened. We'll see what the umpires say here. But for now, it's Robertson's 7th homer and 2nd of the day. He hit a homer in the first game of the doubleheader. That was a 2-run shot, and if this stands, it'll be another 2-run homer. The distance on TrackMan says 405, which would definitely be the distance for a homer. And they will call it a home run. So Blake Robertson, a 2-run shot, and it is 5-2 Evansville here in the bottom of the 4th inning. What a day for B-Rob today, huh? 6 RBIs today, 2 homers. Robertson's going to be sleeping well tonight. After driving in 6 runs, he's up to 32 RBIs on the year and 7 homers. First pitch to LG Castillo is swung on and missed for strike 1. That was a very interesting situation right there. But Otters up 3 now. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. So after all that, it's now 5 runs on 10 hits, 1 error for Evansville as they lead it by 3. 0-2 from Catrombone. Whoa, high and inside. Brings Castillo to the floor and takes his helmet off. Doesn't hit him though, as that one very high and inside. 1-2. Catrombone giving up the 2-run homer. He kicks and fires. High fly ball on the infield. Battipaglia, Cerny will call off Battipaglia and make the catch for out number 3. Blake Robertson strikes again, 2-run homer for the second straight game, and the Otters lead at 5-2 as we head to the 5th inning on the Otters Digital Network.
This is the Sheet Metal Workers Local 20 for Denny. For 138 years, sheet metal workers have led the way in sheet metal industries like heating and air, architectural, industrial, and more. Visit SWOT20Evansville.com for more information. Big salute of the cap to those dragging the field. A lot of great people out there, including one of my favorites, Grant. He's dragging the field. Grant, the pride of modern day. I see LT. I see Nick. I see Tony. I see Devin, the pride of Spencer County. And of course, Dan. Can't forget about him. Grant as well. Where is Drew at? Sleeping on the job. Well, shout out to Drew, regardless, and a shout out to all of our great grounds crew guys. Grant, Tony, the rest of that crew.
Top of the 5th inning, Otters have a 5-2 lead, looking to sweep the doubleheader against Joliet. It's been a good day so far for Evansville, and Alex Valdez had a nice top of the 4th inning, scoreless, and now he's out for the 5th, and he'll face off against Valera, Berry, and Beeman.
Leading off for the Joliet Slammers, designated hitter 14, Jackson Valera.
Jackson Valera is 2 for 2 today. So is Blake Berry. They've combined for 4 of the 8 hits so far today 4 of the 6 hits for Joliet. The other 2 hits have come from Cam Sudo and Ian Battipaglia. We're getting ready to go, and we don't have a hitter. Where is the hitter? Jackson. Oh, there he is. Couple of singles for Valera. Scored in the 1st inning. Reached 3rd in the 3rd, but didn't come around to score. It's that 3rd with no outs and didn't come around to score. So that one will miss. Oh no. That is called a strike. Valera, 34 years old, so he's had a pretty long career in baseball, spanning all the way back to 2009. Signed a deal with the Yankees on May 30th of 2009, as that's a swing and a miss for strike 2. Was in the minor leagues all the way up until 2015. (2014) was his last full season in minor league baseball. He was with the Charleston River Dogs in Single A. Hit .261 in 63 games, but then after that spent a long time in the Venezuelan Winter League with the Navegantes del Magallanes. The Venezuelan Winter League. Magallanes. Foul tip. That is strike 3. Valera thinks it hit the ground. But Valera is not happy with that call. Oh, somebody's going to get thrown out. Joliet does not like that call. The umpires will convene again here as we have some more controversy. Valera immediately in the face of Nicholas Reynolds, and Luis Reyes, the hitting coach, who is the third base coach for Joliet, still mouthing off at the umpires for that strike 3. It was a foul tip that was caught by Mark Black. They're arguing that it was in the dirt. And they will uphold the call. Valera is out, strike 3, and Valdez has his first K of the day. Valera still talking. Gonna have to be a little careful. I don't want to get thrown out here in game 2, but it seems as though Nicholas Reynolds has a fairly good hold on things. Doesn't throw anybody out, but does take some of the heat from Joliet's dugout. Overall, good for the Otters. Bad call or not, as that one's outside for ball 1 to Blake Berry. Luis Reyes is still talking over to Bryce Obart at third base. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. So, the first strikeout of the day for Otters pitching. Ripped down the line, but it's foul. Over to the Otters bullpen. Who's running after it? Who's running after it? Who is that? That is... I can't tell. That might be Joe Morrissey. I don't know. Either way. Doesn't even really matter. Just wanted to see who it was. 1-2 from Valdez. Little high on the fastball. Berry 2 for 2. Singled in the first. Doubled in the third. Reached second base in the third, but nobody out. Didn't come around to score. Reached third base in the first and didn't score either. Outside, it's ball 3. So back-to-back half innings where there's been a little bit of controversy on a call, and it has gone the way of the Otters. 3-2 is low for ball 4. Third walk issued by Otters pitching, the first that hasn't gone to Ian Battipaglia. And Berry reaches for the third time today. That'll bring up Jackson Beeman. Otters up 5-2 here in the top of the 5th inning. They just need 7 outs to complete a doubleheader sweep and tie Florence in the standings at 44-30. They have a decent cushion, 3-run lead. Fouled away. A reminder for everybody who wasn't here for Game 1 that Game 4 of the series is tomorrow. Regular 6:35 is we have the mini Maraca giveaway to the first 500 fans. It's going to be a loud one. So if you disliked the Vuvuzela, you might not like going to Bossy Field tomorrow. But you should still go. Maybe bring some earplugs if you don't like it and still enjoy some baseball. First call to strike. It's 0-2 now to Beeman. Latin Heritage Night tomorrow. The 0-2 from Valdez. In the dirt. Good block from Mark Black, and it's 1-2 to Beeman. Beeman has 2 flyouts, one to Salvaggio, one to Ponder in center field. Runner on first with one out in the top of the 5th inning. The 1-2 from Valdez. High fly ball into left field. Castillo doesn't have to move too far. And he will make the catch for out number 2, as heading back to first is Blake Berry. Two down, runner on first, Cam Pseudo. He's reached twice today, has a single, and got hit by a pitch. Two runs, 6 hits, no errors for Joliet. 5 runs, 10 hits, 1 error for Evansville, as the first pitch is grounded down the third base line, foul. Oh, 1. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Pseudo last played on Sunday against the Boulders. He went 0 for 4. Overall in that series, he went 1 for 7. Has been struggling a bit his last 5 games. Only has 2 hits. In the dirt, great block from Mark Black to stop the runner from advancing. And it's 1-2. Tyler Cerny on deck. One, 2 from Valdez. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Valdez gets 2 strikeouts in the inning and throws a scoreless 5th. We'll head to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Otters up by 3 on the Otters Digital Network.
Smoky moonshine was a favorite Tennessee lifestyle sweet. Unbelievable crafty flavors of a born from tradition that defies temptation. And pioneering their experience with every sip. There's no time to waste. No get any place. Old smoky moonshine is This is the Buffalo Wild Wings fifth inning. Good news. Boundless apps are now here. Dine in only. Either Evansville location. That got Gavin's attention. 5405 Little Drive. And 715.
5th inning brought to you by Buffalo Wild Wings. Bottomless apps are now here. Dine and only visit either Evansville locations, 5405 Pearl Drive and 715 North Green River Road for details. They don't only have Buffalo Wings, they have other wings too. Don't you worry. I know it's called Buffalo Wild Wings, but they have more than just Buffalo Wings, as we all might know already. But just in case. Ben Catchrombone out there for another inning. Gave up the 2-run homer to Blake Robertson to make it 5-2. Looking for another inning of work here. He'll face off against Linscott, Mark Black, and Blake Barthol.
The right fielder, number 5, Sam Linscott.
Sam Linscott is 2 for 2 today. 2 singles, both of them are off of Martzolf. But for Linscott, 18th multi-hit game of the season. Second in his last 5 after his 3 for 5 back on Friday against Windy City. First pitch is called a strike. We talked about Catchrombone with his 2 seasons at Limestone before he was forced to transfer. Last season there, he had a 5.16 ERA, 22 2/3. Played in the Northwoods League as well with the Rockford Rivets. Fly ball into center. That'll drop in for a base hit. And Sam Linscott is 3 for 3 here in game 2. 6th 3-hit game for Linscott this season.
Number 29, Mark Black.
He leads off the bottom of the 5th with a base hit, and that'll bring up Mark Black for the 3rd time. He has a base hit as well, RBI single. Otters have 11 hits, 10 of them are singles. The only not single was the homer from Blake Robertson. Bunt showed, pulled back. It's called ball 1. Next guy in the bullpen for Evansville is Anthony Tomzak. Linscott on first, nobody out. The 1-0. Mark Black shows bunt again and pops it up onto the roof.
That overhead foul ball is brought to you by
How often do we get an overhead foul ball read, a heads construction read on a
Choose the
bunt?
best. Never regret it.
Not too often. Not too often. One to Mark Black. Throw back to first is not in time. The Lewis team that Catron was on this season finished 21-28. They did have a stretch where they scored 18 runs or more in 3 straight games. Just all offense in those 3, apparently. 1-1 from Catron. Bunt dropped down right in front of him. He'll throw on to first. Lob it over there in time. Trying to take third is Linscott. Throw there is in time. And Linscott gets doubled off at third base. So the 1-3 turns into a 1-3-5
The third base
double play
is Blake Barthel.
as Linscott gets out at third for out number 2. And the base is now empty with 2 outs for Blake Barthel. That was an opportunity with a runner in scoring position. Linscott thought he had a hole there to try and take third, but didn't end up working out in his favor. Base is empty with 2 outs, and an 0-1 now to Barthel. 1 for 2 today with a single in the first, a grounder to first in the 3rd inning. Fouled away off to the other way, and it's 0-2. A lot of baseball today. Currently almost 12 innings in. 7 innings in game 1. The Otters won through 5, almost 5 here in game 2. The Otters winning as well. Opposite field fly ball into left field. Going back is Beeman. That's over his head, and it's going to one hop off the fence. Barthel is into second base, and he has himself a 2-out double.
That's a deer-head double.
Second double with the Otters for Barthel as he continues his hot hitting in his first few games with the Otters.
And that home run, or that hit, found its way to the left field corner, sponsored by the Tri-State Neurosurgical Associates.
So Barthel 2 for 3. 2 games with the Otters and 2 hits in each of them for Barthel. He's having a great start with the Otters. Runner on second, 2 outs. TJ Salvaggio up. He's 0 for 2. A liner to third, a fly out to center. A grounder down the third base line on the first pitch over to Andy McCauley. Andy McCauley definitely going to be happy with the results today if this score holds. This doubleheader sweep, definitely a lot of things to be happy about if you're the manager of the team that wins both games. 0-1 from Catron. Another foul ball, this time off himself, and it's 0-2. So Barthel now 4 for 7 in his first 2 games with the Otters. 2 doubles, 2 RBIs. 0-2 from Catron to Salvaggio, trying to bring in that 6th run. A little low. Top of the lineup in Ponder on deck. Salvaggio, the last batter to have not faced off against Catron yet. 1-2. Way high. Dahlberg had to reach really high up there to get that one, keeping from going past him. Was able to do so, and it's 2-2. Catron already given up 2 earned runs. His season high in earned runs given up was 4. That was in the 19-18 loss against Windy City back on June 5th. 2-2. Low and away. 0-2 to 3-2 here for Salvaggio, and none of the balls have been really close to the zone at all. Does have a walk already today, Catron does. It was to Marcos Gonzalez. He ended up coming around to score on the homer from Blake Robertson. 3-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Second K for Catron today. And that's the third out. We'll head to the 6th inning. Otters up 5-2 on the Otters Digital Network.
Otters fan, this time for the Indiana Air National Guard push-up competition. We've got Easton out here. He's closer to the ground, so he can do more push-ups, right? Only got to do 57. If so, you get to come to every game next year for free. Oh, you got to get him back. You at least got to beat Evan. You ready? You got 30 seconds. Get down and ready. Push-ups. There we go. Uh-oh. It's going to be tough. Ready, set, go. Cheer him on, everybody. Go all the way. Doing pretty good. We're halfway there. 10 seconds to go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, good job. What do we got? 24. Good job, man. Beat Evan.
Otters with the call to the bullpen. Anthony Tomczak into pitch. Tomczak is on the mound. Black behind the plate. Pitch catcher batteries powered by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East. 2319 North River Road. 812-475-9000.
It is the 6th inning, brought to you by United Fidelity Bank. The experience you need and the service you deserve since 1914. Anthony Tomczak's the new pitcher into the game, as Alex Valdez finishes with 2 scoreless innings with a walk and 2 strikeouts. First pitch is fouled back to Tyler Cerny. It's Cerny, Dahlberg, and Morton. Tomczak, 4.41 ERA so far, and 16 1/3 innings. Last outing was in Game 2 of the doubleheader against Windy City. Threw an inning and struck out the side. Rip foul by Cerny, and it's 1-2.
Red ball is brought to you by it's construction, of course. Choose the best and never regret it.
12 innings down in this doubleheader. Looking good for the Otters, trying to go 44-30. 2-2. Cerny today has a fly out to center and a ground out into a double play. Bottom 3 in the lineup, 0 for 6 in Game 2. Pokes it out and loops it into right center field for a base hit. Tyler Cerny with a single to lead off the top of the 6th inning. That was way out of the zone, and Cerny was still able to reach out and send it into right center field for a base hit. That'll bring up Ivan Dahlberg. Dahlberg this season he spent with NIU, Northern Illinois. That one's called a strike. 22 years old, one of the younger guys in the league. He's from Manuka, Illinois, a little bit southwest of Joliet, so is local to the area of Joliet. It's a good defensive catcher. Swings and misses, and it's 0-2. Didn't necessarily hit the greatest, though, at NIU. Hit 224 in 54 games. Had a lot of walks, and mostly he came to NIU for his defense behind the dish. He lowered the NIU's pitching staff ERA by a decent margin from 2025. Little low, and it's 1-2. Fastball 94 for Tom Zach. You can get up to 96 if need be. Coming into today's game was 1 for 5 against the Otters. Now 1 for 7. And now 1 for 8 as he strikes out. The high fastball from Tom Zach gets him his first K of the day. And that's out number 1 in the 6th.
Center fielder for Caden Morton.
Cade Morton 0 for 2. Fly out to center. Pop out to Salvaggio at short. Would fit the theme of the day for Joliet if there was a double play involved here. First pitch is outside for ball 1. Morton was a 19th round draft pick out of high school, so didn't go to college, which is why he has been in baseball for so long. 2019 MLB draft by the Braves. Low and away, it's 2-0. Morton was with the Washington Wild Things last season, hit 275 in 36 games. That was after his last season in the Braves organization with the Augusta Green Jackets in Single A. 2-0 misses for ball 3. Made it to High A Rome Braves back in 2023. Now the Emperors, they won 173 in 80 games though during that season. Best month was in July, in which he hit 267. Called a strike, and it's 3-1. Very interesting with Morton. 2024, he was with Single A Augusta, but he spent most of the season as a pitcher. He was a hitter the rest of his career professionally. But in 2024, he just decided to be a pitcher for the season and then went back to hitting once he went to Washington. It's a very interesting story. Overall, 289 games, he hit just a tick under 200 at 197 with Augusta. Got released, though, on March 23rd of 2025 before signing with the Wild Things. Tom Zach will step off at a 3-2 count here with a runner on first and 1 out. Otters up 5-2 in the top of the 6th inning. 5 outs away from winning both games of the doubleheader. That one's fouled back. That one 95 from Tom Zach. We have seen 96. See if you can get that one tick higher on the velocity. Throw back to first is not in time. Action in the Otters bullpen yet again. That's Junior Serta. Is a save situation for him. 3-2 runner goes. It's fouled away yet again. Morton sees another pitch as heading back to first will be Cerny. Cerny 6 for 9 on stolen bases this season. Well, in that 2024 season where Morton was a pitcher, he had a 6.88 ERA and 35 1/3. Also pitched 12 innings with the Florida Complex League Braves. 4.5 ERA in 12 innings. Fly ball into center field. Coming forward a couple steps is Ponder, and he'll make the catch for out number 2, as Cerny will head back to first base. Back to the top of the lineup, and Ian Battipaglia Up for the fourth time. He's reached 3 times in 3 at-bats, 2 walks and a single. Sarney still on first. First pitch from Tomzak. Little high and away for ball 1. Another one at 95. Battipaglia walked in the first, came around to score, walked in the second, singled in the fourth, and didn't advance past first base either of those 2 times. 1-0 is called a strike. Lowers the velocity a little bit, gets better location on that one as it's called a strike, 1-1. Battipaglia, that single now his 93rd hit of the season. 1-1, little low. Well, Tomzak does have a scoreless outing now in his last 4. He's faced off against Joliet before, back on July 5th through 2 scoreless innings with a walk and a strikeout. The 2-1. Fouled back, and it's 2-2. Tomzak mostly using that fastball, but also has a sinker, slider, changeup. 4-pitch mix. He doesn't really use all 4 all too often, though. Has 7 scoreless outings. Could get a second strikeout in this frame after Valdez got 2 in the top of the 5th. Throw to second after the runner goes. It's not in time, as the stolen base given to Cerny, his 7th of the year. That one was called ball 3. So Mark Black will head to the mound. We'll take one last look at the out-of-town scoreboard. Every other game is done besides this one. Gateway lost to Schaumburg. Schaumburg scored 7 runs in the 8th, and they won 8-7 against the Grizzlies. Saw Florence won. Tri-City beat Quebec 7-4. As Down East ended up beating Washington in sudden death on a walk-off 3-run homer. Wow. Crazy game there between Down East and Washington. A rare Washington loss. That's also good for the Otters to gain some ground in the division, even though it is still a lot of games between them and the Wild Things. Battipaglia walks for the 3rd time today, and he reaches for the 4th time today.
Third baseman, Patrick Ward.
Patrick Ward, possibly his last chance to extend that hitting streak. Ward, though, does represent the tying run here at the plate. Ward has 6 homers on the year, 23 RBIs. Coming into today's festivities, that's called a strike. Got away from Mark Black, but not too far. Cerny's on second now with Battipaglia on first. 2 outs here in the top of the 6th inning. Nice being the standalone game here. Last game to finish because we got 2 of them. There's 2 games. Little high. Ward 0 for 3 has hit it to Amani Jones each and every time. 2 grounders to second and then a liner to second in his 3 at-bats today. 1-1 is just inside for ball 2. Might be an interesting decision if Tomzak walks the bases loaded to see if Serta might want to come in for a 4-out save. He has done it before. 2-1. That is called a strike, and it's 2-2. Ward, runners in scoring position this season, is hitting .206. Not necessarily the greatest, 7 for 34. Tomzak, though, 1 pitch away from keeping it at a 3-run lead, but he'll step off first and walk halfway to second base before going back to the mound. Tom Zach is an interesting person, to say the least. He has some weird antics, but he does have. He's having a very good season so far. 2-2. Fouled away. Inside fastball 94. Gets off the roof all the way over to first base. Still remains at 2-2. Battle here between Tom Zach and Ward. Tom Zach's thrown a lot of pitches in this inning. This is going to be number 29. Still a chance to get out of it scoreless, though. 2-2. There's a base hit into right field. Rounding third is Cerny. He'll come in to score. RBI single for Patrick Ward. He extends that hitting streak and brings in a run to make it 5-3.
Designated hitter, 14, Jackson Valera.
So that might be it for Tom Zach. Max Peterson heading to the mound. Might be Serta time a little early here, as it will be. Tom Zach's out of the game. Junior Serta will come in, try and get a 4-out save, as the tying run is now on first base. See if Serta can get out of the jam here in the top of the sixth. Otters up 5-3. We'll be right back on the Otters Digital Network.
Otters with a callable pitch. Junior Serta in to pitch. Serta is on the mound. Black behind the plate. It's powered by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, 2319 North Geneva Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Tell them Drew from the Otters sent you.
Pitching change brought to you by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9K. It's Serta time here in the top of the sixth inning. It's probably the earliest you'll see Serta, besides starting. He's out of the bullpen here. He's looking to get a 4-out save, as they'll face off against Jackson Valera first, with 2 on and 2 outs after the RBI single for Patrick Ward makes it 5-3. Serta has a 3.38 ERA in 34 2/3 innings. Valera is 2 for 3. Did strike out swinging on a controversial foul tip into the glove that might or might not have hit the dirt. First pitch, though, called a ball. Battipaglia on second, with Ward on first. Serta throws ball 1. He threw a scoreless frame in game 2 of the doubleheader against Windy City and got his 12th save of the year. Fouled away, off the netting, and it's 1-1. Serta, the only all-star selection on the pitching staff for the Otters. Since coming out of the bullpen, he has thrown 2 scoreless outings. 1-1. Fouled away again. Foul ball brought to you by Heads Construction. Choose the best, never regret it.
Brought to you by Heads Construction, of course. Choose the best and never regret it.
Well, the only time Serta's faced off against Joliet was in a doubleheader. He got 2 saves in one day back on July 5th. 2 of his 12 saves came on the same day. Valera calling time to fix up his gloves. Back into the batter's box here to face a 1-2. Opportunity for the Otters to keep a 2-run lead here. Still at 5-3. Maybe get that run back in the bottom half of the 6th inning. The 1-2. Reaches out and pokes it foul. Still remains at 1-2.
By Heads Construction.
Valera 2 singles
And never regret it.
and a strikeout. Valera has a multi-hit game in both games of the doubleheader now. 2 for 3 today. A lot of hits for Joliet. Only the 3 runs coming across. 1-2. Got him swinging. High fastball at 94. And Serta keeps the Otters on top by 2. 1 run does come in, though, for Joliet on the single from Patrick Ward. 5-3 Otters heading to the bottom of the 6th on the Otters Digital Network.
This is the United Fidelity Bank 6th inning. United Fidelity Bank. The experience you need and service you deserve since 1914. Yeah, the Otters are back at EBSC's historic Bossy Field tomorrow night for Latin Heritage Nights. Many maracas will be given away to the first 500 fans. They're a handsome item. They're pretty loud because Cage continues to use his maraca next to me in my left. Plus, enjoy Thirsty Thursday deals, including $3 16-ounce drafts and $6 32-ounce drafts all evening long. Social media pages for more information on promotions. You can still get tickets at EvansvilleOtters.com, or I see Devin right now. Go to Devin and say, I need tickets at 812-435-8686, and Devin will hook you up with great seats at a convenient
Bottom
price.
6. Ben Catrambone is back out there. So far, only 2 pitchers have gone for Joliet. Max Martzolf and Catrambone now in his 3rd inning of work. He'll face the top of the lineup. Ponder, Jones, Gonzalez. There is somebody warming in the bullpen, though, for Joliet, just in case things don't go to plan for Catrambone. It's a lefty. It's Jack Pottiger.
Top of the order to you.
Ponder 0 for 2 with a walk. Walked in the 1st, came around to score, flew out to left field, and then struck out swinging in the 4th.
Center fielder, number 3, John
Junior Serta striking out Jackson Valera. Valera's 2nd strikeout. Overall, the 4th for Otters pitching. And a big spot there with the tying run on 1st to keep the Otters lead at 5-3. Catrambone's 1st pitch to Ponder. Fly ball into right center field, and that will drop in for a base hit. Ponder takes a wide turn. He's heading for 2nd base. He's going to get there standing as the throw is backed up by Catrambone. Leadoff double for John Ponder. His 1st hit in game 2, and the Otters in business trying to get that run back in the bottom of the 6th inning.
The second baseman, number 12, Amani Jones.
Amani Jones. Amani Jones 2 for 3. Both of his singles were against Martzolf, has flown out to 1st base in his at-bat against Catrambone. Popped up this time to the left side, but it'll get out of play. Well, Ponder, that's his 17th double, brings him over the top for the team lead in doubles. He was tied with Pierce with 16. up until that one. Decided to take the extra base, and it paid off for him as he made it there standing. That will miss, and it's 1-1. Monty Jones hitting .281 coming into today's games. Definitely will rise after 4 hits. Maybe 5 if he wants to bring in a run here. 1-1. Grounder foul down the first base line, and it's 1-2. So far, Catron has pitched 2 innings, given up 4 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, and that was after Martzoff threw 3 innings, gave up 9 hits, 3 earned, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout. 6 of those hits were given up in the first inning. The Otters scored 3 runs then. It's been 3 runs by either side since then. Jones stays alive and fouls another one off.
Overhead foul ball is brought to you by Heads Construction.
We're getting to that point in the night where the fans are joining in on the Heads Construction read. We've been playing a lot of baseball today. It usually gets to that point. People start losing their sanity. I'm losing my sanity currently. It's August. 1-2. Swing and a miss for strike 3 as Amani Jones will strike out. That's the 3rd K today for Catron. And out number 1 in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Number 2, Marcos Gonzalez.
Well, if there's anyone that always seems like they can come up with a RBI base hit, it's Marcos Gonzalez. Definitely the right guy you want up here with a runner on second. He does have an RBI single already today. It's his only hit of the day. He's 1 for 2. Did walk in the 4th, came around to score. First pitch misses low for ball 1. Ponder in scoring position here. 1-0. High fly ball into deep left field. Beeman is back, and he'll make the catch. Ponder tagging for 3rd. He'll get there sliding. Pick up good base running for Ponder. That sounded good off the bat, but didn't really have the distance on it as Beeman makes the catch. Deep enough, though, to give Ponder an extra 90 feet. He's at 3rd now with 2 outs for Robertson. Robertson's having himself a day as we will have a mound visit. 2 homers, 6 RBIs, and now a chance for a 7th here with Ponder on 3rd. First, he'll have a mound visit. All the infield coming in. This score holds. Otters are at 44-30. Any win will just increase further and further their win total from last season and 2024. In 2023, the Otters finished with 52 wins. So I think might be gunning for that total now. 52-44. That 2023 team made it all the way to Game 5 of the Frontier League Championship Series before dropping that one to Quebec. Which Quebec, they win everything, so makes sense. But mound visit's over. Robertson, runner on 3rd, 2 outs. Coming into today, Robertson with runners in scoring position, hitting .275. Slow tapper right in front of the mound. Catron, bare hand, throw on to first. Not in time, and Robertson drives in a 7th run. 2nd hit of the day for B-Rob. Driving in Ponder from 3rd. He's got 7 RBIs today. 4 in Game 1, 3 here in Game 2. And a career day for Robertson as it's now 6-3 Otters.
Number 6, LG Castillo.
LG Castillo. Joliet has scored in 5 innings in this doubleheader. The Otters have responded with a run of their own in every single inning. First pitch popped up, right side of the infield. Tyler Cerny calling off Pseudo. He'll make the catch. and that's out number 3. Another run comes in, and the Otters back up 3. Junior Serta will look to close it out here in the top of the 7th inning and give the Otters a doubleheader sweep on the Otters Digital Network.
Alcohol, your pest control needs. McMahon can.
Otters fans, let's get loud. Make some noise.
Skip the line or bank from the comfort of your own home with self-service options at Heritage. Heritage, a proud partner of Evansville Otters baseball. And don't forget, fans, the Otterson team store will be staying open 15 minutes after the end of the game tonight. So make sure you go grab some Otters merch to get signed by the players after the game.
One more time. I can't hear you.
Leading off. In right field, 34, Blake Berry.
Top of the 7th inning. Junior Serta 3 outs away from clinching a doubleheader sweep here on this very nice Wednesday night. The Otters, coming into today's games, were 2-8 on Wednesdays, 1-5 at home, and they're looking to win 2 straight here on a Wednesday against Joliet. First pitch called a strike. Blake Berry leading it off. It's Berry, it's Beeman, it's Pseudo. Top 3 leading off in the 7th against Serta. Struck out Valera with 2 on to give the Otters a chance to score a run and put them back up by 3. Otters now have 14 hits today in Game 2 after 14 hits in Game 1. 28 hits between 14 innings today for the Otters. Their offense has exploded today. 1-2 to Berry. Blake Berry's reached in all 3 of his at-bats. He's 2 for 2, a single, a double, and a walk. 1-2. There's a fly ball into left field and running after is Castillo. He's not going to get there. It's going to get all the way into the left field corner. Blake Berry is into second base, and he has his 3rd hit of the day, reaching for the 4th time in his 2nd double.
Left fielder, 7, Jackson Beeman.
21st double of the year for Berry, 2nd today, and that'll bring up Jackson Beeman. Runner on scoring position. If he scores, doesn't necessarily matter too much. Just makes it back to a 2-run game. Still good amount of comfortability for Serta. Also brings up the possibility of a Serta-Cerny matchup. First pitch in the dirt for ball 1. Beeman 0 for 3 has flown out to short, left, and center today. One-0 pitch from Serta to Beeman. That one is called a strike, inner half, and it's 1-1. Oh, after a 2-hit game in the first game of the doubleheader, Beeman struggling today at an 0 for 3. Has a runner in scoring position, though, with nobody out. 1-1. Popped up. Monty Jones, that's going to get over his head and into right field. It's bobbled out there and right, and no throw comes in as Barry will come in to score, and it's 6-4. RBI single for Beeman. Puts a run across in the 7th inning for Joliet. And it's now a 2-run game, and now Cam Sudo is the tying run at the plate. That was a little bit of a lucky single there for Beeman that brought in a run. Barry scoring for the first time today, even though he's reached 4 times. First pitch popped up on the infield. Blake Robertson calling everybody off. He'll make the catch, and that's out number 1. That was a good recovery for Serta to get that first out. And now it's a Serta-Cerny matchup.
12, Tyler Cerny.
Cerny is 1 for 3, singled in his last at-bat against Tom Zach, came around to score on the RBI single by Patrick Ward. First pitch, a little inside for ball 1. Cerny has also grounded into a double play already today in this game, back in the 3rd inning to end the 3rd. That was how Nolan Thebe got out of that big jam in the 3rd that might have changed the trajectory of the game had he gotten a base hit or any sort of run-scoring play. 2-0 from Serta. Swing and a miss. Challenges him with the fastball, and he whiffs. Makes it 2-1. Lefty and Dahlberg on deck. 2-1. High fly ball into shallow right field. Amani Jones calling everybody off, and he will drop the ball. Jones will still throw on to second, though, to get the leadoff runner for out number 2. So Jones drops the fly out, but stays calm and still is able to get the second out. Calling that technically a fielder's choice, a 4-6 fielder's choice. He reaches, and the out is recorded. Beeman is out at second base. Otters 1 out away from the doubleheader sweep. First pitch to Dahlberg. Called a strike, and it's 0-1. Monty Jones, that was all part of the plan. That was all a part of the plan. Still ended up getting out number 2. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Still 1 out away. Still 1 out away. And also, Monty Jones got 4 hits in this doubleheader. He's fine. He'll be all right. Called a strike, and Joliet is down to their final strike in game 2. Serta closing in on save number 13 this season. 0-2. He struck him out, and the Otters win. Serta, a 7th inning, gives up a run, but still, the Otters take both games of the doubleheader, and they now lead the series 2-1 at home against Joliet. Their first 2 wins of the season against Joliet come here on this Wednesday night, a beautiful day to win a couple of games for the Otters, and their offense was phenomenal today. 14 hits in both games, 8 runs in game 1, 6 runs here, but 14 hits as well, as they scored 3 in the first inning, 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 6th, and pull off the doubleheader sweep. Now at 44-30, tied with Florence in the standings. Overall, fantastic day at Bosse Field for the Otters, as they get to celebrate 2 victories today, and they will head into game 4 of the series, looking to win the series 3-1 against Joliet. It'll be Ryan Daly starting for Joliet against Garrett Simpson for Evansville. Good day all around, but especially a couple guys you want to point out as players of the day. Colby Morse first off, a 7-inning complete game. 7 innings, 10 hits, 3 earned runs. That was back in game 1. Blake Robertson drove in 7 runs, hit 2 homers. Marcos Gonzalez hit the ball well. Amani Jones got 4 hits. DJ Salvaggio drove in a crucial 2 runs in the first game of the series. Overall, everybody played well, and it was a very good all-around team effort for the Otters to win both these games today, and it'll be a very happy night's sleep before we get back to work tomorrow, 6:35. It's Latin Heritage Night. Be sure to come early to get your maraca. It's a maraca giveaway. It's going to be a loud one tomorrow. Believe you me. But for everybody here at Bosse Field with the Evansville Otters, I'm Evan Patoka. We'll see you tomorrow, 6:35, as the Otters try to take a series against the Slammers before we meet Washington this weekend. Have a good rest of your night.
A double header here tonight. Man, I had to write it down so I got this right.